Everyone, and welcome to tonight's episode of Critical Role, where a bunch of us nerdy-ass voice actors sit around and play Dungeons and Dragons. Just like that. That's how indeed. So, before we jump into the story for this evening, let's go ahead and get through our announcements. First and foremost, we have a fantastic sponsor for tonight's episode. Backblaze has returned to us. Good friends to the show, and Sam, you wanted to talk a little about this?
I haven't done this in a while, a little rusty. But you know, Backblaze, nervous. Backblaze is such an important sponsor, I didn't want to just do a commercial for them. I wanted to do an infomercial. Maestro? Hi, everybody. I'm Sam Riegel, and welcome to Late Night Deals. Guys, online backup systems, just the sound of it gives me a headache. It's always so complicated, expensive, and frustrating. Am I right? Usually when you back up your data, you look like this guy.
C drive, USB port, HTTP, / speak English. All these wires and cables, I can't take it anymore.
But now, there's Backblaze, a cloud-based backup system that's so easy, you'll look like this gal.
And finished. Using Backblaze makes me feel so awesome and cool and hip and young and free and attractive and empowered and invincible. It's so easy, even a total jackass could use it.
That's right, Marisha. Even a total jackass can use it, and I'm living proof. Taliesin, Backblaze backs up photos, documents, fanfic, and all your user data. And here's the best part. How much do you think it costs?
For a system like that, it's gotta cost what? 200 maybe? 300 a month?
Nope.
That sounds too low. I'm gonna guess 9,000 a month.
Nope. Keep guessing.
100,000 a month!
Not even close. If you order now, you'll get Backblaze for just $5 a month for unlimited and unthrottled backup.
$5? That's nothing.
I literally burn $5 bills to stay warm on chilly nights.
Me too. Oh, I'm so convinced. But Sam, how do I sign up?
Oh, it's simple, Marish. Go to backblaze.com/criticalrole and you'll get a 2-week free trial.
What was that URL again?
Backblaze.com/criticalrole.
No, I one more time.
Backblaze.com/criticalrole.
Sorry.
One more time.
Backblaze.com/criticalrole. There's no real. There's no end.
I'm not connected to Wi-Fi.
There's no. I didn't write an end to the bit. That's it. It's over. Yay! And scene.
Wow.
So let's okay.
Let's see.
Thank you guys. Thank you guys.
There you go.
True return to form.
I'm caught in wires. There we are.
Thank you very much, Sam.
It's been a while.
Also, anyone who gives Backblaze a try through May will also be entered to win a contest to win some signed art signed by all of us. And if you've already tried it, you've also already been entered. So don't worry about that. So anyway, thank you so much, Backblaze. Go check it out. And thank you. Alrighty. Wow. I don't want to follow that up. Laura, do you have any merch news?
Oh, you know, just the same merch news as always. We've got these amazing Vox Machina t-shirts in the store, which...
Someone wearing?
Well, Yev's wearing it.
Oh.
From Backblaze. But, you know, nobody here is, but they're so soft and they're amazing. We also have hoodies and hats and, you know, patches and nail wraps and stickers that look like this.
Do you want to thank the awesome Melissa Kelp for her design, by the way?
Yes! Who designed Vox Machina,
Yeah,
and that
thank
was
you,
in our
Melissa.
original fan contest that we did, and, you know, we had that awesome, I know, right? The awesome design that was so cool that we decided to make that design as well.
So thank you, Melissa.
Yes. Amazing job! Woo!
All right, Wednesday Club, Taliesin.
We don't actually have an official theme yet, but I have a strong sensation that it's probably going to be something about Riverdale. I get a vibe that we might be going to Riverdale. Maybe there might be a
Jughead.
There might be a teenage witch. Maybe a band. I don't know. We'll see. I haven't. It's not official yet, but I'm working on it.
Yeah. Elrond of Riverdale.
Yeah.
With the Sylvan Elves are from. Thank you very much, Taliesin. Risha, Cineboost.
It's Brian Compton from over at Nerdist. You got your Geek and Sundry in my Nerdist.
You got your Nerdist in my Geek and Sundry.
You dick!
That's so disgusting.
You fucking dick!
Fuck, just clean it.
It's got dark
Somebody to
really
clean it.
fast.
Anyway,
That
go
and
watch
more
it.
you can look forward to MomoCon, as me, Mersha, and Towson will be there in a couple of weeks in Atlanta, Georgia. So see you guys there May 25th to 28th. And I will be a guest at ACON June 8th through the 11th in Fort Worth, Texas. For all you folks out there in the Texas area, come say hi. That'll be fun.
Work there, then?
Yes,
I went to college there.
you should come to your college.
No, I'm good.
Okay. And to finish this off, Vox Machina, of course, we have starting next Tuesday about this episode, hosted by our fantastic Brian Wayne Foster, where make sure you submit your fan art and gift of the week to possibly win some cool prizes. And those are go to voxmachina@gmail.com. So, without further ado, friends, let's go and dive into tonight's episode of Critical Role. And welcome back to Critical Role. So, picking up where we left off, after Vox Machina had taken a year of peace and activity to handle their own respective endeavors or communal endeavors, they discovered apparently some family of Pike Trickfoot coming knocking at the door of Whitestone. A reunion for some of her family she had not seen since she was a child, coming in to impart her with the knowledge of a terrible family blood curse that had been haunting them for ages, and visions that were guided by her uncle Ogden to the possibility that she carries the same curse, and wanting to free the bloodline, or at least Pike of this. They had to amass some materials and make their way on a moonlit night to the top of the Alabaster Sierras to complete the ritual to exorcise this entity and destroy it. After gathering the materials and traveling to the top of the salted bluffs of the Alabaster Sierras, the ritual was completed, and the large, monstrous, black cloud and skull entity is summoned forth from Pike's body, and you all leapt in to do battle. However, partway into this fray, Vex happened to realize that it was seemingly an illusion. There wasn't a ritual, there wasn't a blood curse, and this was a ploy from the family to make a little cash off you guys.
DX.
After some threats to Uncle Ogden and nearly losing him off the edge of a cliff, you made a deal to offer some money. In exchange, you took your cousin, JB, under your wing, and they were forced to leave and never return. They accepted and went on their way. And with that, we begin today's episode. So you guys have been traveling down the side of the mountain of the Alabaster Sierras, returning late night to the city of Whitestone. What do you wish to do?
Kill them all before we change our mind.
Oh, can I cast Locate Object and try to find that diamond that he trucked over the side?
What's the range on locate diamond? Or locate object?
It was like
Yeah.
1,000-foot cliff.
It was more than
Far down there.
Well,
Yeah, I mean,
not.
I've probably got about
pretty far away.
30 or 40 minutes left on.
You could fly down.
Yeah.
Some of us own
Well, you sing
flying
when you do
brooms.
yeah, we can fly
Do
down
that.
on the flying
Do that.
brooms.
Yeah. I can go swimming.
Shit, I don't have my thing.
Your thing.
You two can
That says
play-
what
can play
the
one-on-one
distance on
Quidditch.
locate object is.
Object,
That's called
it
an
is
iPhone.
1,000 feet of you. Yes.
Okay, so can I get on my broom and cast it and go try to find it down in the water?
Seems legit.
Sure.
Oh,
It lasts for
shade
10
from the
minutes.
DM.
Okay.
I'll say. Go ahead and make an investigation check.
That's good. I'm organizing my dice right now. Investigation. 19.
19. Okay. It takes you the better part of the next 10 minutes or so to even get a blip on your arcane radar. And you suddenly sense, as you're coasting along the very base of the surf, where the water is crashing against the rocks, the tide has been coming in with the full moon, and you can see now the water itself is rough and just smashing into the side of the cliff base. You get a small glimmer, a small beacon, a draw to you, like a small pulling under the waves, and you sense about maybe 65 feet down, there it is,
65 feet.
Under the water.
under the water.
That's 3 diving tanks for competitive diving.
So I probably couldn't do it unless I had breathing underwater.
Or your friend Kilo.
Kiki could do it.
She's up top. Would I remember the spot in the fucking water if I went up and got her and brought her back down? Do I have enough time to do it?
I mean, you could try and remember it and then come back.
We're
And,
just.
It's
1,000.
15. It's 1,500.
Are we within earshot? Earpiece shot? Or no?
not of her right now.
No.
No, you have to go back up.
Okay, I fly straight up from the spot so I don't lose it.
All right.
then
You're pretty much on the cusp of it. Like, you've been a little flexible with the range
Okay.
on them, but we'll say you get a little ways up and you.
And I say, Keyleth, can you swim?
Yes.
Can you come help me get this diamond back?
Oh yeah. Yeah. Am I on the cliff?
You're on the top of the cliff, yeah.
You're gonna do it, aren't
Is
you?
she like down? I
Yeah.
know.
I mean, I can come. Oh, are you really?
Can I do it?
It's a really high drop.
Just
Can I
let her
do
do
the
it. Just fucking let her do
Pocahontas
it.
swan dive?
Okay, make an athletics check.
Yes.
Dive!
Sail!
Sail! Sail!
Oh no.
Okay. You get a few feet past the cliff edge. Not a majestic jump, and the cliff is not completely sheer. It does slightly angle outward. So you leap off, and as you're falling, you can see you probably have about, I'd say about 300 feet or so before you're going to hit rock.
I'm gonna hit
The
rocks.
side of the cliff.
The cliff is not perfectly vertical. It's a little bit angled, and you're heading down to hit the rock.
I go whoops, and can I do like a gust against the cliff wall to push me back a little bit further?
Go and make a wisdom check. Just a straight wisdom modifier check.
Oh, that's good. That's good.
That's good.
Just straight wisdom
Yes.
modifier. 20.
Okay. Like a gentle fart, you push yourself a little ways from the cliff, and it does. We'll say it does just enough of a shove where your trajectory changes slightly. You may or may not be right where the rock hits the surf. You can test it or not. It's up to you.
Test it, test it.
And this was the end.
Kiki, don't kill yourself over this rock.
It was nice being in a couple.
At the last minute, I'm gonna go and turn into a goldfish.
Before you hit the water?
Or the rock.
Well, I'm assuming the goldfish would make it easier
Terminal
to hit water.
velocity.
Yeah, but you're gonna
That's a
hit
good
rock.
point.
Goldfish are not magnetically attracted to water.
So they're like, fuck yeah,
They
water.
still just
What
fall.
about like
Those are ironfish.
a flying fish or something so you can like maybe.
Oh shit.
I don't think flying fish actually fly.
No,
glide.
but they got big fins.
They do glide. They
Regardless,
Yeah.
as you turn into a
Oh
goldfish,
no.
rocketing towards the base
Straight
of the
roll.
water.
Here we go.
Oh no.
Right.
If
All
I
right.
killed
He's
you.
taking a picture of it. He's taking a picture of
No,
it.
I'm
No,
not.
he's not. Because she's dead.
This is too many dice for me to roll.
I mean,
What?
I would just pop back to myself. I don't die.
And then any
then
additional
take the
damage would go over into your.
And no, I know.
There's too many dice to roll, Marisha.
God,
So
No, it's fine.
It's fine.
We're gods.
are we?
It's fine.
Demi.
She says as she dies on the rocks.
Demi Moore
Did you say
God.
we're
would be-
gods? Why would you even tempt that shit right now?
Why am I drinking your coffee? I'm
close.
gonna stop right now.
Yeah, but we're
There we
not.
go, but we're not.
Oh, man.
Oh boy.
Oh,
Oh boy.
What is he doing?
Just you and me, sis. Just
No,
you
no,
and
no.
me.
Seriously though, what if she just died?
Yeah.
That would be kind of amazing.
you took 363 points of damage.
You are lying.
No.
You are
Wait,
lying.
that's below.
By hitting rocks?
By hitting rocks at terminal velocity at the it's d6 per 10-foot fallen. Keyleth scatters across the edge of the rock, just crumples into the surf, and is now floating.
Wait, what? You are lying.
No, you did. I did.
Wait,
What does that mean? That's below
Wait,
her
instead
total
of,
hit
like-
points.
That's instant death.
No, she's dead. Keyleth is dead and floating in the
Instant
water.
death?
Yeah,
Instead of like turning in. Okay.
Unrevivable death?
probably revivable. You just gotta retrieve the body.
You gotta get her to pipe.
Hey, remember,
Oh my
Vex?
god! Oh my god! I go down. I see
Vex, I gave you a coin.
a revivify coin.
Wait,
Oh my god!
I thought you were trying to make it out like it's still in water.
Wait, you're dead.
I,
so can we
I
just
said
laugh
you,
about
the
this
distance you jumped and they pushed.
Wait, but
You
the
jumped
gold-
from
she was the
1,000
goldfish?
feet in the air. Totally
Arms
logical.
and rocks.
I'm gonna write a
You
thing.
can't even see
I'm
the
gonna write a
water
thing.
or rocks, but you're like, yep.
I'm a
Right.
golden god.
Thing.
I am having the best conversation with JP
Oh my
right now.
God.
I am really getting
Okay,
to
okay,
know
okay. I
about
have
JP.
a wait. I have a coin. I have a coin that.
Best thing that's ever happened.
Wait, but here's the thing. Do I have to roll if I use the coin?
And
Do we
now,
even know? 'Cause,
now
like,
officially, every member of Vox Machina has died, most in battle or to some danger.
that took care of it.
You broke the seal.
But didn't we have a rule the last one
literally
just
had a
stays
Am I
dead?
supposed to like turn into a flying creature and like
That's
save
up to
from this?
you.
I thought
That's
it
literally your
was gonna be
choice.
not that bad.
Okay. I'm starting to sweat. Who sees it?
I see it.
I don't see
We
it.
would all
The
know.
only person that sees it is
doesn't matter.
Vex.
It doesn't matter. We would all know.
Vex, you watch this kid,
No.
and just like it's a scatter of red mess, and you just see her floating in the water. I know. I didn't,
Dropping a red
this was not in my plan.
200 floors up.
Okay. No, but here. I mean, go get her. I go fly down there. Is she like a body at least?
Yeah.
Because she hit as the goldfish.
Yes, and the
There's no
goldfish,
impact.
which has like
Decimated.
a hit point,
Yeah.
Yeah.
which then made the other 324 hit points
Sure.
go over to Marisha.
Sure.
So the goldfish turned into orange marmalade.
I mean, her body's still
like, bam,
intact.
okay.
It's
Oh, wow,
just
this
It
is
was
just
like a
gonna get.
magic trick. It was like a
Like-
fish turned into a corpse.
Bang, bang.
Can
Gotcha.
I
Technically
use my
speaking, it
coin
would have
that
broken the surface
Tary gave me?
tension.
My coin of revivify on her.
how long does can you get it before the battle, right? Yes, you can.
Okay, I do that.
Slap her on
Hey,
that body.
don't-
If it
don't
works,
touch
do
my
not
dice
clean
in
her
anger.
up before you bring her
I'm
back.
not
I
angry.
want to remind you of.
I don't.
all the
roll
paperwork
for it?
that
I don't know. How do I do it?
Yeah, go ahead and roll just a straight wisdom check.
A wisdom check?
Yes.
I'm so nervous.
Laughing, Travis.
This could be so bad. Okay. Okay.
I mean, you can't feel bad about it.
I thought it was gonna
18?
hit water and be cool.
18. Okay.
Instead, it was.
As you go down and pull her out of the water, her soaked red hair covers her face, and it's probably a good thing. As you're a little scared to see,
It's like a red-haired The Ring.
and so with that you instinctively like begin to seize up and just like about to sob, and then you realize the coin, and you fumble for it in your pocket, and you hear the waves crashing below you, and you pull it out, and you hold it in your palm, and you feel it glow and warm in your hand as you press it against the back of Keyleth's broken body, and you watch as the warmth passes from the coin through her back, and as it does, you watch as her broken limbs all snap back into place. And she begins to breathe again.
What the shit is this show?
I don't know. This was not exist.
Oh, amazing.
That was a lot higher than I thought.
Keyleth, by the way, like she looks wrecked. Like she's still scratched everywhere. She's covered in blood. But she's alive at 1 hit point.
Please bring her back up that way.
Okay, that was really, really stupid. I just put my hands on both sides of her face and cast Cure Wounds at 4th level. Oh no, at 3rd level because I used Grasping Vine.
Yeah,
Last time.
3rd level. Okay, so 3d8 plus your wisdom modifier.
Jesus.
I mean,
My God.
Back, I guess that's not no. That's not
no.
I better go check on them. I'll dive off the cliff.
Good. Just a little drop.
That was a beautiful D&D moment right
Oh
there.
my God.
Thank God for that
sitting
coin.
with JB right now,
You
going
have
like,
just no idea.
so what was Pike like when she was like little for a gnome?
Seriously.
Technically speaking,
I
we
wanna
all
know what
were
she was
wearing
like
the
as a
necklace,
kid.
so we all got a
It's
beep.
500.
You did briefly.
Everyone just got a beep.
I was really paying
right.
attention
Oh,
to
just
JB
blip for
though.
a second.
Is yours broken? I think mine's broken.
I don't know, it felt something. Whis?
Yes.
I've been really stressed out here lately, and that might have been very impulsive.
Yeah.
And I might have been blowing off some steam. And
Next
I'm
time,
really sorry. I
darling-
thought I was gonna be fine.
No.
I didn't know there was gonna
Maybe
be
next
rocks.
time you're diving off a cliff, turn into a bird.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
It might have been a last-minute panic.
I'm glad you're back.
Thanks. That was.
You know what? Let's not even worry about that coin there. I mean, the diamond. I feel like maybe.
I can go get it now. It's fine. I'm here now.
Oh my
toe, you're
God.
I feel really bad because I feel bad about that. I'm
I
sorry.
think maybe this is a
I can
lesson
go get
learned
it. Uh-huh.
in what is worth risking our lives for.
Is there like a
And-
cloud of red in the water and like?
There was, but like the waves are crashing pretty heavy. Like the fact luckily Vex grabbed her immediately because otherwise her body would have been thrown under the rocks again by the surf. So I just explained the ocean to you before you jumped. That's what would have happened.
1,000 feet was really all you needed.
1,000 feet.
1,000 feet was all you needed.
We have some amazing
That's okay.
physics books that we will actually get into.
How about,
grass.
how about you just climb onto the broom? Don't worry about flying right now.
I can go get the thing.
No, we're just going up.
Like,
we're just gonna go up.
I still have a B shape left.
We're just gonna
I
go
can
up.
go. Okay.
We're leaving the
Covered in
diamond.
gore, right? Covered
Okay.
in gore.
Yeah, she's covered in blood.
Thank you.
Price paid, I think.
All right. So as you guys are talking, you're talking to JB, who's still kind of stunned by this whole thing. I mean, all this happened pretty quickly, and so she's not necessarily opening up entirely, but she's like, well, you know, we were both kind of troublemakers.
Yeah, because she's got a wild streak now. Does that run in the family, or is that just her
Oh,
and
that
you?
definitely runs in the family.
Yeah.
She looks over to you, Pike, again. It's like, I'm so sorry. I didn't.
It's okay.
I'll try and make it up to you.
Just know I don't want you to... If you don't want to stay here, you don't have to stay here. I'm not holding you here against your will in any way, but I would love for you to stay because I would love to get to know you better.
How could I say no? I'll stay until you need me to leave.
Okay.
At which point you watch as Vex and Keyleth and the broom come up and land on the
Have you
cliffside.
two found that diamond? Oh, sweet Palor!
You know what? We're not gonna worry about the diamond right now.
Okay.
Yeah, let's just maybe take a moment and recover from
Vicky,
that
are you okay?
battle, which was so hard on everyone.
What happened?
What What?
She's fine. She's fine.
I'm great.
She's more blood than person.
Do we need to fix anything?
Maybe
What's
Pike.
going on?
Maybe Pike. You can
Yes.
do a little.
Yes, cure wounds.
What?
I used your gold.
Oh. Glad I gave it to you.
And so I can go back and get that time.
No,
I feel really bad.
Pike. I think somebody's got a carpet ride down the hill coming to them.
I'm casting lay on hands for my piddly 20 hit point. What did you do? What did you do? What did you do?
I thought it'd be fun. I haven't had a lot of fun here lately, okay? It kind of felt like the old days of when Vox Machina was back together because we've been away for a while.
You just
and it
dove
felt
off
like
free willy-nilly?
You know, those rocks came out of nowhere.
Yeah.
I thought you were in the clear as well.
I thought I was gonna make
And,
it.
you know, all I saw was Keyleth and then this little tiny fleck of gold and then gone.
We are going
Wait,
to
did
have
you
a
miss?
Okay.
long
Did you,
talk
like,
about
hit?
fundamentals of physics.
I don't. It's fine.
Did anybody else feel that?
Macabre
I felt
mess? What
I
happened?
forgot.
Great.
That's what that was. I felt a, you know?
It's just, you know, it's
text.
been a lot of responsibility here lately, and a lot of being an adult, and so I was like, woo, Vox, we're reckless.
That's what alcohol is for. Don't jump off cliffs anymore,
Yeah, you
please.
fucked up. That was crazy.
I have to confess, I've been feeling a bit of stir crazy myself. I mean, not jump off cliff stir crazy, dear God, but
And I turn her bloody face to you and say, let this be a lesson to you then.
I'm just saying that I understand the impulse. This was not necessarily the best expression of it,
I
but
thought I could
We should
make
go
it.
on a hunt. That's what we
that
need.
was cool.
We gotta go on a
I
hunt.
think let's take a nap
No,
and then
she's
maybe
like-
go out
Yeah,
and...
she healed her a bit.
I
healed her and
just
he healed her for 20.
start
and I
kissing the gory mess in my hands
that's-
all over her forehead and cheeks, please.
That's
Disgusting.
that's not very. That's not
That's
nice.
pretty good. You marked off the 300 gold for the Revivify, right?
How many?
Revivify, because it
gold.
consumes diamond worth 300 gold.
300.
Yes.
No.
Keela, did that hurt?
I think you could have bargained that down.
Did it hurt?
With God.
It felt
Wow.
like blackness.
Blackness?
It felt like a lot of adrenaline,
Ooh.
and it was super exciting. And then next thing I knew, everyone was super concerned about my well-being.
I only got one
Are you
blip. I
addicted
think
to
you
death
only.
now?
No.
Have we healed her up a bit?
I'm gonna heal up. I'm gonna heal up a little bit more.
6 kittens.
I can do a healing draft for her.
Yeah,
A what?
everybody.
Healing draft. It's like
take it as a
Did you guys know
I got
that
high
hitting
spells. Yeah.
water and rocks from very high
Going up?
feels like hitting rocks?
I literally have books on the subject.
Keyleth, as you turn around, you watch as Terry's handing you this small glass vial of what looks to be like a... What color liquid is it?
it's colorless and odorless.
Okay, it's like a
Water.
thicker water.
What's this?
Just drink it, it'll make you feel better.
I mean, I just drove off a cliff, so
Go for it.
fuck it, I guess, at this point.
Okay, how much does he heal?
I rolled on my iPhone 37. It's
Okay.
8d8.
Yeah. So, Keyleth, you heal 37 hit points.
Oh, Jesus, 37?
Yeah.
Okay.
No, give her whatever you got.
Yeah, do
Keep
yours
going.
too. Yeah, let's keep her up.
Yeah, pile
Just
it
in
on.
case
Let's
this
just
guy
do
has
a cure
something
wounds
that
at,
you know.
I haven't used any spells. It's just
This
at
is the
this
weirdest
level.
Flatlanders reboot I've ever
Nice.
seen.
I'm not giving her. She's just
Fifth
gonna, she's
level?
just gonna spend it on
Yeah.
Yeah.
for any hit
Why
points.
not?
You saved
How
Julia
many fire-
Roberts.
Yeah.
I'm fine.
Say it
I
again.
don't
Let's just go.
worry about me. I'm good. I'm great.
Where are you at now?
I'm good. 104.
What?
Let's all let's all go home, have a drink, and discuss
Yes.
this over a drink.
Why? What? Why?
Because I think this may speak to a larger issue amongst us that maybe you are the canary in the coal mine here.
This is not like a
heard her
friend
yell out,
intervention, is
We're
it?
gods before she hit.
Was it I'm a golden god? I may have heard I'm a golden god.
But you know what? I'm still alive. I wasn't entirely wrong.
You're not still alive, you're alive again.
Yes.
There's a
Perfect.
distinct.
We should celebrate because we've broken in the entire group.
Yes, I think everybody here has at least been dead for a moment at this point.
Was I dead?
Technically, yes.
Keyleth.
Enough,
Was I like dead?
Look how much
Yes.
red is all over
Yeah.
you.
Felt it.
and enough to the point where if you die again, your resurrection DC has gone up. So, be
We
aware of that.
could make another Kiki out of what you're wearing right now.
Have you died? Terry died.
Did I die? I think I died.
Did Terry die?
Underwater, I think I died.
You did.
Comedy-wise, or
When you die at the palace.
I think I died.
Let's get home.
Right?
I don't remember.
I would.
Probably.
I think I was dead.
We're
Why
going
are you
home.
looking at me like that, Fox? Don't look at me like that.
I'm not looking at you like anything. You need a bath, is what you need.
Yeah, you're covered in shit.
I mean, it's a lot right now.
I say we go back. I would love to go back and maybe have lots of drinks.
I think.
Let's go home.
JP, welcome to the family.
She's just like eyes wide open, like. Right.
Cheers.
Clutches her book a little closer to her chest as you guys begin to make your way down the mountainside. A different path than the other Trickfoots were taking.
It's good.
Good call.
Unbeatable
Maybe
death.
we need a hobby.
We'll never beat that death.
Nothing's
that's
ever
like
gonna
Keely
beat that.
falling in lava, Dad. That's just like.
No, that was
I like
magical.
Marisha,
the most
how many
appropriate.
fail video compilations have you seen where people jump off the cliff and hit just at the
exactly
bottom?
what I thought
That's what
of.
you did.
Yeah.
That's exactly
We literally-
a fail
We were
video.
in a huge fight with a fake thing that did no damage, and you killed yourself in 4 seconds.
I was trying to piss in water and be alright.
No, I egged you on.
dive.
I'm not gonna pretend I didn't egg you on. I egged you on.
Unreal. Couldn't write it.
I don't think I said dare, but I thought about
I
it.
can make it. I thought I could make it.
True to self.
Yeah, 50%. I was like,
That
like,
was unbelievable.
1 to 50, she hits the water. 51 to 100, she hits the rock.
Oh.
94.
Oh,
Yeah, that's what happened.
Either way, you were really screwed.
I mean, to be fair, a goldfish, even at that velocity, although the velocity would have lessened as once
Alright,
you
I
go.
should have bailed out as a
Throw
bird.
coins out the Empire State Building.
I didn't feel
I
like
was
Don't go through
commit.
cars at the
Make
bottom.
believe has consequences.
So,
Boy, that's so true.
over the course of the next,
Oh man.
say, day, a little over a day, you camp once in the Parchwood and make your way back to Whitestone.
It's 15 hours of that therapy.
For you, yeah.
Yeah.
I love
Quiet
out of
therapy.
everything we've seen.
Wait, leave
what
it
I
back.
just did was apparently the most fucked up.
It's up there.
Everything that's happened to us.
Top 5 either.
And now we need therapy. Now we need therapy.
No, you've all needed
We were
therapy.
living
It's just now
Tolkien,
he's
and
figured
you
out
just
to
suddenly
take stuff.
shifted it to Game of Thrones. It got very dark
Yeah.
and very random very quickly.
God's dead. 5 seconds. Hard to beat.
We all stand for something. What do you fall for? Sorry. Stop.
Alrighty, so you find your way back to Whitestone. You check in at the guard are happy to see that you returned fine. They report to you that the Trickfoot clan have not returned and have not been seen near the city since you returned. There are a few questions as to where they went.
We're going to have their vehicle searched for anything that does not belong to them and then made ready for them outside the city bounds.
Very well, sir. And they search through it, and mostly what's found in there are maybe 102 gold pieces.
Did we have anybody with a criminal background search the vehicle?
I mean, there are a number of people.
I would like
some.
someone extremely sketchy to search the Actually, Vax, would you search the vehicle?
And JP, if there's anything that you need out of there,
You have chocolate on your face.
Yes, of course.
JB kind of wipes it with a thumb.
Including anything that you think would be in more capable hands if they were in your hands.
She kind of shakes her head in that. Wait, and she gets and climbs up into the cart and comes back, and she has a small book, like a small tattered book, and she kind of puts it aside. And goes, that's all. I don't care about the rest.
okay.
Vax, quick check on anything we would care about.
Oh, so good. Investigation, yeah? Mm-hmm. 18.
18. You find the gold. You find a cache of dried jerky meats.
Yeah.
You find what looks to be some leftover kind of meat pie crust bits that have been there for a few days, starting to smell a little. And you get the sense that anything of importance probably was on their persons. They weren't really storing a lot of things in an open cart.
This has been a bad couple of days.
All right. Just wanted to make sure there wasn't anything complicated. Leave the gold, obviously, and the food.
All right.
Burn the wagon.
As you said, Doty's like, Tary.
No,
No.
you have to learn humor, Doty. Sarcasm.
Alrighty. So, What do you want to do?
Was it night?
By the time you've returned, it's probably like late afternoon. We'll say at this point, because it's been about a little over a day and a half at this point. So like, yeah, like mid-afternoon.
Shit.
What should we do?
I don't know. I mean, what the fuck do we
Yeah,
do?
business.
What do we
We can
need to
go
do?
check on the Slayer's cake.
Well, yeah, we should probably do that. It's been a couple days.
Yeah.
What did we do with it while we were gone?
Did we have someone running it? Do we have someone?
You do not. You guys are currently the only.
So we
It is
just
a sign that says closed for adventuring, probably.
we should hire someone.
We really should.
Yeah.
To run it
Yes.
if we're not around.
For sure.
JB.
Yeah, the thief. That's a good idea.
What?
Oh, that's a great idea. Well, do you like baking?
I haven't really tried.
Well,
Have you any management experience?
I took care of Uncle Ogden.
I feel like she would be great at it. You know,
She has no experience.
would you even be interested in maybe running a bakery? Or is that something that just sounds like just the most dreadful thing in the world?
Oh, I don't know. She kind of like pulls her hair aside. I mean, I could try.
how are you at math?
I'm quite good at math, actually.
Fabulous. Let's head there and see how you do.
Yes.
Okay.
Let's see, but not make any promises. 'Cause
No.
No.
Someone who's never run any
Right, I mean,
sort of
Tary, you would know
businesses.
about hiring people far more than...
We should have a proper interview,
Right.
check references.
Well, you weren't a proper adventurer until you were. Got to start somewhere.
True, but I had the advantage of being able to buy my way in.
That's true.
That's true, but you're still pretty shitty at it when we first started.
And this is a form of nepotism. It's pretty reasonable.
I'm open to it.
No.
All right, you guys make your way to the. Is everyone going to the Slayer's Cake?
Yeah, because we can eat too.
Okay. All right, you guys all make your way to the Slayer's Cake as the afternoon's kind of coming to a close. Dusk is starting to change the colors of the sky. The clouds are beginning to move in as the night's evening air grows colder. As you come to the outside, you see it's dark and closed, and you see what appears to be a figure kind of sitting on the ground against the wall, back to the wall, kind of knees huddled up.
Not JB? This is
No,
some-
because JB's walking with you guys to it.
In front of the bakery?
Kind of like by the door, a little bit like adjacent to where the door is closed.
Do we don't recognize them? Can we see their face?
Make a perception check.
Is this the same day or has this been the day now?
It's been a day.
Oh, thank God.
Yeah, end of the day.
Got some rolls to make.
No. 30.
Yeah, what you see actually is a woman in her probably late 30s or so, maybe early 40s. Platinum blonde hair. It's kind of pulled up in a ratty bun. She's got strands kind of hanging in the front of her face that go to about just past her chin. She has a very simple dress and kind of a somewhat dirty apron and a small satchel on her side. And she's just kind of leaning against the wall with her knees kind of clutched to her, just kind of looking forward. She hasn't noticed you guys yet. You're a little ways up.
And I don't recognize her.
No, you do not recognize her.
Excuse me?
And she kind of gets up and stands up and kind of her back creaks a little bit and she stretches it and then dusts off the front of her apron. You see a little bit of dirt kind of poof, and she says, I'm terribly sorry. I wasn't sure when you were going to be coming back.
Oh, yeah, no, we were just off on an adventure, but it'll take a little while before the food is ready.
Oh, if you have a moment.
Of course.
Fine sirs and madams, I'm sorry to bother you. You see, my husband, Nathan, has not returned from sea in about 6 months. And I'm not certain if he's coming back. And I'm without work. And the coffers he left me have come empty this month. So could you perhaps use a hand here at the bakery?
What would your husband's
Timing
name?
is quite...
That was kind of ridiculous timing.
Yeah.
Madam, what's your name?
Hilda.
And you would like a job at our bakery?
If at all possible.
Do you bake?
I do. And she reaches into her satchel, and you see in the inside she has a bunch of these small things wrapped in paper. And she kind of goes and opens one and pulls it out and kind of shows it to you. And you see it's this tiny little cream puff. It's like perfectly made and has this little icing on the top. She's like, I used to just make these for old Dathan, but
May we try it?
Of course. And she goes and pulls a handful out and kind of hands them amongst you and gives them over. And
This is a beautiful cream puff.
Check it for
They're
poison.
really hard to make. I know. I don't know.
Quick sidebar. This is better than anything we've ever made.
Did you already eat it?
Yes. It was really good.
I'm gonna wait a few minutes to
Just
see if
scarfs
Tary
it.
looks like he just falls over or anything.
Wait,
a Rushmore moment.
what?
Yeah.
You think it's poison?
No.
just-
I'm sure it's not.
I ate it. I ate the whole thing in one bite.
You're dead.
It was really good.
Some strange woman having
Am I
a
gonna
cream
die?
Give me all your stuff.
puff. How often do you
Probably
just
not.
eat strangers' cream puffs?
That
Is it
looked
just-
like a trustworthy.
her eyes go wide. I'm like, oh, what?
Am I gonna die? Did you just kill me?
No.
No, she didn't.
No.
I'm delighted.
No.
Fine.
It's actually very good. It's very, very
This
good.
is so good.
Yeah.
You're right, that is fun.
It's really good.
Well, if it's all the same, I may have another prospect for JB. So anyway, so if
Okay.
so.
Well,
Oh.
come on inside, Hilda. Let's show you around.
Oh, all right.
This is delicious.
It's really good.
This is better than anything that we
heavenly.
make.
It can't, could not possibly be that good. It's
Have
just-
you tried any of our baked goods? Yet?
I haven't. I've seen it from a distance, but I couldn't really afford to. So, but I'd like to.
Do you live here in Whitestone?
I do. I live right back, and she points like up to the left. Like if the Sentry's in the center, and you head up straight on the the western side of the square, the path that leads up towards Whitestone Castle. She points about 2 blocks up and on the left, and there's a small hovel that's kind of pushed between 2 buildings there. And she goes, "That's where I stay."
Can I insight check her? Because I don't trust anybody.
I don't
Go for
trust
it.
anybody.
Go for it.
It just makes us seem like assholes because we're just like, I kind of want to go in a little bit and like ask around and see what people think of her.
Okay.
Called checking
Background check?
references.
A little background
Checking
check.
references.
27.
27. Okay.
The whispers.
I get a whisper?
Have you never had a whisper?
I don't think on the show I've had a whisper.
Oh my God! Everybody's
Had them in-
first
had them in
tonight.
pre.
Backblaze, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes.
Backblaze.com/critical role to get 2 weeks free, or something.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, 2 weeks. Oh, you want to do the infomercial bit again?
I really do, but you guys did such an amazing
Sorry.
job, though.
This is why we're the cool
Can't be
kids.
topped.
Well, I think that
We're killing her.
she should die.
Bake her into the pies.
Do you have references?
References and
Have you worked anywhere else?
no, I've mostly just been a housewife until recently.
Do you have anyone in the community who could vouch for your character and trustworthiness?
Perhaps. When old McKell wakes up in the morning, there's also Keeper Yenin.
Oh, Keeper Yennon. We know him. Wait, I think, right? We know him.
Yeah, give you in it.
Yeah. Hey. That's all I can think of at the moment.
How long has your husband been missing?
About 6 months.
About 6 months.
What was he doing?
He's kind of a merchant sailor, come in and out, but he'd be back within a month usually. Some trips took longer, but 6 months seems extraordinarily long for him.
Seems
Where
very
did he
long.
go again?
Last I know, he kind of does a circle around the southern tip of Taldore and usually hits Imon by ship. Occasionally heads over to about the, where is it? The, I forget the,
Shambhala.
was maybe something like that. I don't really know for sure. It's a long ways away.
Keelan. I whispered to her. Keelan, can you scry on people we don't know? Or
If I have a piece of Something
one of
of
their
his?
belongings. Yeah, that definitely helps. Yeah.
Hilda, would you like us to check and see if we can potentially find him?
You can do that.
Well, if you have something of his that we can look at, we might be able to help.
All right. Just a moment.
Okay.
And she goes rushing up the street real fast, kind of renewed excitement in her
How do
face.
we feel about it? How do we feel about it? How do we feel about it?
If you were dead set on JB taking over the business.
No, I'm not. JB, don't feel pressured if you don't want to do this. She's a fantastic baker.
I mean, she's a really good baker. But maybe JB can handle like the books, and she can handle the baking.
Well,
and then,
there is another option, which is that we have a giant pile of histories and library and novels in our collected library, and we are searching for information about the thing underneath the castle, and we need readers. We need lots and lots of people to read lots and lots of books.
JB, you watch, like, the excitement you just saw on Hilda's face now hits JB's face. She's like, I'm good reader. I can.
Okay. Well, that seems more like
That seems like a little more fun.
Okay, yeah. I can also help with it if you want. I'm more than happy to do both. I mean, I have a lot of free time now.
That's true. You could run the bakery during the day, and if you feel like...
Why don't, while we're gone, you could help Hilda? Hilda? You could just help out, but maybe leave her in charge. I mean, she seems like a...
Or you could sit in the castle and read diaries and ancient tomes of Whitestone.
Do I notice Grog looking uncomfortable?
I definitely notice. I don't care.
Oh, dear. Timer's done!
Grog, does she notice you feeling uncomfortable?
I don't know. Do you?
I don't know. Do I?
Grog, are you uncomfortable?
With this talk of reading, a little bit.
But Grog, you could read some of those books a little bit.
Yeah, let's not get ahead of ourselves, all right?
Okay. I think this is a great idea.
I'm watching where Hilda's running and seeing if I can...
I had a quick thought. If her husband's dead, are we just going to tell her that right now? Just, your husband's dead. He is being eaten by fish.
You didn't get a read.
So Keela, if you like do a read and you see it's like super burn, just don't.
Oh, it's too hazy. I can't see him.
But doesn't seem right. Doesn't seem right at all.
It does seem right to me.
No, but I think she should plan for her life if he's not coming back.
Yep, Pike and I are in agreement.
But like right now, I mean,
with it.
I just.
What if he's alive and in peril? Do we tell her that? We're going to lose our only employee.
Well, then we go try to help him, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, we could go.
Oh, really?
How about he's just dead no matter
We have to
what?
go help someone? We just met this person. We don't know
That's
anything.
what we do, Tary.
We haven't done that in quite a while, to be fair.
Plus, he was in somewhere like Shimbalam.
Do we know what she was talking about, by the way?
Yeah.
I mean, you get the sense she probably was doing Chamel, which is the port where you guys did your vacation, the Vegas.
Oh.
Like in Marquette.
Oh, we could go on vacation again.
Let's not plan actions with the consequences that don't exist.
About 10 minutes or so pass, and then Hilda comes back, and you see she's clutching what looks to be a small, like a chain, like a gold chain. And she kind of takes it and goes, "This belonged to my husband. I don't know if this will help."
So, Keela?
What is it?
Ignore the blood all over her body.
Yeah, she's fine.
I mean, you probably cleaned up over the past day or so travel, unless you didn't, in which case you are.
Yeah, we can't go.
Oh, you were just a sticky carry.
Awesome.
No, it's dried in the hair, though, and caked in.
You waterburn the shit out
I'm
of
a
it.
little spacey, maybe, though, for a little bit.
Yeah, understandably.
Yeah.
You know, like you do.
It's hard to say.
But anyway, she hands you the gold chain.
Just checking, do you want to know no matter what? Good or ill?
I just want to know something.
Fair enough.
What was his name?
Athen?
Yeah, it was Dathan.
Dathan?
D-A-T-H-E-N.
Dathan?
Dathan.
Lovely.
Can you tell me anything else about him that would maybe help? What does he look like?
He's got kind of dusty brown hair, usually about shoulder length. Well, he doesn't really grow facial hair, but he's pretty scruffy a lot of the way. It's been many months, I don't know. Medium build, maybe about this high. Gives like a couple more inches off her own height. He's got a right scar across his neck and his chest right there that he got when he was a kid.
Should be enough.
Wonderfully.
Okay.
I'll do an actual scrying spell.
Alrighty. So, looking at
No
the
ball.
scrying spell here. Right. You sit there and focus and concentrate. And darkness. Nothing. No link. She's looking expectantly.
What's that?
She's looking at you expectantly.
Hilda.
Mm-hmm.
If he is on this plane of existence, I don't know if it's a good sign. But it doesn't mean that he couldn't be lost somewhere else.
Okay.
My spell only extends to this plane of existence, but there are many planes. I can try again.
No, that's all right. That's all I needed to know. Thank you. This as the sun's like setting down and starting to go into evening, you can see like the light kind of causing her to blear a little bit. Here in the shade, she's like, "Can we perhaps talk in the morning?
Of course. Take the evening.
Where can I find you? I'll put." She points over to the castle.
Sure, yeah.
All right.
One of us will be back here tomorrow as well.
All right. Thank you. And she kind of like quietly walks back to the corner of the city where she was from.
Oh, shit.
Well, that's not good.
Give the woman a job, keep her busy.
Yeah.
I'm just throwing this out there. If that was a ploy to get a higher salary, I'm not biting.
Tary.
I'm just saying, she could be very cunning.
Yep,
That's
she might
true.
have killed her husband.
I don't think so.
Pretty sure she did it.
Do I have any further inkling based on what I
No,
found?
just did not find a
Just
did not find a source. Nothing. There's probably
Maybe,
nothing to grab onto.
Maybe you and I can take a stroll up by her abode
All right.
and just see.
Sure.
Make sure she's all right and
Right, best of intentions, yeah.
Yeah.
I feel you.
We are background checking a fucking bakery employee
We don't
in our
trust
Dungeons
anyone.
and Dragons game.
What else do you do?
Matt has
No one
burned
to
us
trust.
too many
Too many times.
This
The
is so
stupid
soon.
box that we
Many
buried
times.
still haunts me to this day.
Just got swindled yesterday.
That's what
Come on.
Yeah.
We don't trust
She
anyone.
didn't give us the social security. We don't have an I-9.
No, we have
There's
nothing.
nothing.
We have
There's
nothing. There's no way to know.
It's true.
Yeah.
She's probably. She could just be in here trying to get close to Vox Machina before she takes us all down like Raishan.
Speaking of, deeply
She could be
distrustful
Raishan.
She could.
Speaking of deeply distrustful persons, JB, do you want to come see the library? Does anybody else want to come?
I would love to come.
Yes,
me too.
please.
Are you insinuating that JB is untrustful?
Oh, absolutely, in the best possible way. I'm highly excited, and I think you're going to do very well.
Okay. See? She-
We like untrustworthy people. None of us are trustworthy. It's good.
Not in the
I know.
least.
I've read.
Oh, that made me happy.
We go by her hovel.
Okay. As you guys make your way back to the castle, you're going to stop and go over there, and you can see it's one of three small homes that are kind of just jammed in the alley areas between these larger buildings. Almost like there's businesses on this one corner, and they have smaller people that just, are living more meager means. Each one of them appears to be occupied. The one that she kind of, pointed to, you go to it, and it seems there. It's like a very, very low light through one of the windows.
I'm going to be real shitty and stealth up and just peek in and see what she's up to.
Okay. Make stealth check.
She's like changing.
Or
Well-
weeping.
She's like
just weeping.
just crying naked.
We'll find out, won't we? 33 for stealth.
Alrighty, and then make a perception check.
Yeah. Natural 20.
Okay. You glance up and over the side, and from the low candlelit interior, which you watch, there's a small candle that's lit in this little look there, and there's like almost no furniture in this house whatsoever. There's like a stool, and you just see her sitting on the stool, kind of motionless.
Can I get... I want an insight check and just get as good a read on her emotional state as I can.
Sure,
No,
go
she's
for
got
it.
1,000 yards there.
She's a succubus.
This is insight?
Yes.
I'll use luck. Better.
Luck.
Sure, why not? Why not? Why not? What am I saving it for?
Yeah, why not?
18.
18. I mean, she's faced away from you. It's hard to pick up, like kind of away, but kind of the side, and you just see her just.
That is pertinent.
Just there, and you see her just kind of like rummage through her satchel on the side, pull out a cream puff and eat it.
There's not even a bed in there. It's just a stool.
Just a stool.
Shouldn't sell the bed.
Into the earring, I say,
Where does she sleep?
we are
The ground.
we are
doesn't need
terrible,
a bed, she
terrible
just
assholes.
She's not real.
She seems fine. She seems worthy of a baking job. You know, work with her for a day, but I'm not seeing anything hinky here. Yeah? You need anything else?
No, I'm gonna go talk to Keeper Yenin.
Because I'm staring at a woman cry into her satchel.
Still gonna talk to Yenin.
I don't. It's like our fucking business, you know.
Yeah, of course.
I'm protective.
This is more work than we
double
put
back to
into
my
like
sister
hiring
and
our
start
first
dragging her
castle
towards
guards.
the
Yeah, no, I mean, come on. At least we're not like trying to like ambush
do it.
her and
My
attack her like we attacked you, Tary.
significant other just mangled herself. I need to keep busy. Let's go see Yenin, please. And I lead her off.
Okay. You guys go ahead and make your way towards Yenin's small temple in town. It's past the evening sun, so you see Yenin's. He has one younger boy who's kind of helps him keep the establishment, who's in the process of kind of like sweeping some of the fallen leaves and various dust that has found its way into the half-open dome place of worship. As you approach, it's like, "Hi."
Can I ask you a question, Keeper?
Are you looking for Yenin?
Oh shit! Yeah, sorry.
This is the younger boy who gives her work.
Keep her in training.
Keeper in trading is Keeper Yenin here.
Oh, well, let me get him. I'm gonna push the broom away. As he leaves for a second, the door opens to the side, and you see Yenin come out, kind of like half awake. He's in like looks like he's his evening attire, sleeping attire.
Oh shit!
Sorry.
It's really that late. Oh, he's very old.
Sorry.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry to wake you.
That's all right.
I feel like a dick.
What can I do for you?
I just wanted to ask you about someone you might know.
Yes.
Hilda.
Hilda. Yes, yes.
What do you know about her?
Not too much. She seems nice and keeps to herself. She lives kind of that way in the
How long have you known her?
maybe 15 years.
15 years. She's been here 15 years.
Well, yeah, her and her husband.
Yeah. All right. What was he like?
Well,
What is he like?
I mean, a bit of a rambunctious young lad until he grew up, and don't see him very often. He comes in and out.
He's a sailor.
Yeah.
Well, that was helpful. Anything remarkable? Any sort of untrustworthiness? You think she's fine? She's cool? She's cool?
I assume. Is everything all right?
Everything's fine. You know, we're just weird people right now. It's great.
You don't know anything about orchids, do you?
I know of.
Didn't think so. We should leave. Come on.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Get some rest. I'm so sorry to bother you.
Come on.
It's all right. Good night.
We're making assholes of ourselves.
Surprise.
Fine, we go meet up with everyone else.
Okay.
What'd you find out?
Oh, so much.
So much.
So much.
Very much.
So
She's
what
a
did you
loner.
She's a loner?
She's lived here for like 15 years, though.
Yeah.
But like,
What is
nobody
that?
really knows anything.
I don't know what
Oh.
And you say she
Okay.
sits in a room by herself eating pastries.
I mean, that's what she's doing tonight. I don't think that's what she does every day.
I
all
mean,
day.
who knows? She doesn't have a bed.
Why is there no furniture in her apartment?
Let's watch her work for a day.
Okay.
See how
Did
it
I
goes.
see more than one room, or was it a single room?
It's a
home?
hovel.
It's like a from what you can tell, a single room. There's like a pile of look like linens in a corner.
Something that could stand
there was
as a
like
bed in
there was a stool. It looks like there was a small area for like cooking or
It's
heating
like
up.
Skyrim, y'all. There's
Yeah.
like a
Kinda,
stool
yeah.
and
It's
like a
pretty-
cheese wheel.
We
And a
were
pot.
many
And if you
cheese
break it,
wheels.
there's
Yeah.
5 coin.
we were that poor.
5
It's,
copper.
it's fine.
And we
Yeah,
steal their plants from outside.
And throw them at chickens.
Yes. Mountain flowers.
Not the flowers.
Nightshade.
Well,
Well,
this was productive.
At least we know, and there's no
Yeah.
harm in being careful. It's not like it's never happened before.
Right.
Yes.
It's not the first time that we've been trusting and been betrayed, or the second or the third. It's reasonable to be a bit cautious. And we were a bit cautious.
over cakes.
Over cakes. To be fair, we are going to be eating them.
Are we reading right now?
We are, well, I assume we've gotten to the library. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, you guys they've traveled through, but you've had time to hit the library and kind of begin showing JB around and.
We have a system.
Can
It's
I-
very. Yeah.
Are there children's books in here?
Well,
I'm trying to say this without.
I found one! Look! Bussiness. Bussiness.
He's learning.
I have no.
Bussy. What?
Busyness.
Business.
Sound it out. Bus-I-ness.
Did you
know what?
find a ledger? Is that what you found?
There
Like
are the
a-
books I read as a child. Everywhere.
Grub.
Can I see if I can find a kid's book?
That's pronounced
Make an
business.
investigation check.
Business.
Poisonous.
Business.
Yeah, like get down to business.
I'm
Can you
going.
use it in a sentence, please?
Grog got down to business and ended a fool's life.
Is that like a
13.
location?
13.
13.
my cat.
I mean, you find what amounts to a children's book for Percival.
Bless you.
It's a geometry
High
book.
school biology.
Yeah, it's
Game
still
of Logic by Lewis Carroll.
yeah.
Location.
Most of the books here are on a relatively advanced reading level. You gather that's a trait of what seems to be the DeRollo family.
Gives me the sense that this kid's gonna be fine.
Orchid.
Oh, you can do the
Child.
Orchid? Kid? Orchid?
No, it's not kid.
Or shit.
Well, sometimes when those letters are together, it sounds like a K.
What
That's
book
common.
That's
are
like
you
a hidden
reading that's
rule,
about
yes.
business or orchids?
A lot of
Well,
rules.
it's an orchid business.
Orchid business?
Business.
Business, which is a location in Marquette.
All right,
You're
you guys
doing great.
do anything else for the evening?
Just showing her what we would like to pay her to do, which is that all of these books, there's this huge section that are mostly histories, diaries, folk tales or otherwise. Just take one of these slips of paper when you read a book, you write your name on it, you leave it in the book, and then any time that you find anything peculiar, a ghost story or a strange occurrence in any of these books, anything at all that might be fanciful or unexplained, you just mark it with a piece of gold thread and put it back on the shelf, and then one of the other librarians will come and find that book and bring it down for further study.
She's taking notes in her little
So you
book that
just
she
have
pulled
to
off the
find
cart.
the most interesting of these books and make sure that they're well marked.
I can do that.
I had a funny feeling.
What makes them interesting?
What makes a book interesting? I genuinely don't know how to answer that.
Sexy pictures.
There's not a lot of that in this library.
Are you giving someone parameters by which they don't really have rules to follow?
Well, that's the trouble with looking for something that if you don't know what it is.
Right.
But if there's in one of these diaries, someone remarks upon a strange murder or a ghost story or anything, honestly, anything interesting that's a bit peculiar, you just mark it and then we take a look. And that way we thin out the amount that we have to read down to a manageable amount.
So it takes a peculiar person to know what's peculiar?
That does help, yes.
Okay, I can do that.
Yeah.
Is there a place, just as Percy privately.
Mm-hmm.
She can stay with me.
I assumed.
Is there... Do I have an extra bedroom? Or how does this... How does this work
Yeah.
out here?
Where is Pike?
Is she staying in the castle, right?
She has a room in the castle, one that used to be one of the guest rooms when you had
Just add
people you're
next to
entertaining.
hers.
Maybe there's
Not
like a
difficult.
Murphy bed or something extra in the room.
It's easy enough to put a second bed in there. The
Or if she
doorways
would
are
like her
wide.
own room that can absolutely be arranged.
JB,
Mm-hmm.
do you... I don't know how...
She's like in the process of looking, and she's like writing down and taking notes in the different sections as you're talking to her. She's not even looking at you.
You are more than welcome to stay with me. I do have night terrors, so sometimes it's
Okay.
not fun, but you can stay with me, or you could have your own room.
No, that's fine.
Okay. Did you want... Wait, which one?
It's staying with you. I mean, what is there something I should do if you're having a night terror?
Just wait it out.
Okay, don't wake you up.
No.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. This'll be fun. It'll be like sleepover or something.
I haven't had one of those in a
Maybe
long
we can
time.
make a fort.
You can make forts?
Yeah.
Out of what?
Just all the blankets. Tapestries.
You watch her, like, all of a sudden her eyes in the room. In this library, there are a number of old tapestries and, carpet elements around, and you just watch as she scans the entire room for materials and goes, oh, we can do this.
I have a feeling you are a great fort builder.
I haven't tried, but I have some theories.
I pull 2 engineering books off the shelf and hide them.
Perfect. All right. All right. You guys...
I feel like this has been taken care of.
Great.
You know the system?
Percy, thank you.
Would you like an extra bed sent?
Yes,
for?
please.
That can be arranged.
Okay. So you have a second bed installed in the Pike's room. You guys having dinner for the evening? Anything else?
Take another look at the thing downstairs. Just
Well, I'll go with you. I'll go with you.
Okay. You guys head down through the tunnels, make your way to the ziggurat beneath Whitestone, and as you enter the inside of the chamber, you can see there's a few torches set up in there. There is that secondary platform, the one where you guys met a year ago, where you have the small council with Raishan as well to decide what was to be done about the Chroma Conclave. Up there, you can see there's a whole research bench set up with a couple of desks, and pretty much all the information's been gathering and various things that have been studied over the past year or so about it. What has been kind of figured out, and there were theories thrown around before of it being a siphon, an artifact that is related to something that was referred to as a sphere of annihilation, not directly, but an offshoot of that type of enchantment, as opposed to completely destroying anything it comes into contact with. It's attuned in the siphoning of things from one location to another. It's a translocation type of magic. There have been a number of things that have been placed within this sphere and did not return, including there was one volunteer, member of the Pale Guard, who, during the year's research, volunteered to step through and was not heard from again. And that stopped any future volunteers from rising to the occasion. But since the research that's been taken up about what the siphon's existence during the Age of Arcanum, they were used, used as a defensive measure against powerful mages, but that was more of a secondary use during the actual war that ended the Age of Arcanum. Their initial creation was supposed to be able to harness and shift ley line energy. The idea was wherever there was a large source of magical energy, but it was inconvenient, its natural placement in the world, they could use these siphons to basically kind of triangulate and shift where that energy would go.
Been here an awful long time now. We don't even know if they created it or if they found it.
You don't know. Like the information about them is all, I would say almost mythological, in the sense that there are stories that talk about them, and a lot of the information was destroyed during the divergence regarding to the older Age of Arcana magics.
The castle's always had strange stories, and this is just...
Yeah, and this is information that was brought together by Eskelrine Darien when he was down here researching with Allura, even during the Conclave. A lot of people have kind of gone off because the research hit a wall. It was like, well, we found out pretty much everything about this. We just don't know where the siphon's going, and anything we've tried to put through doesn't come back. So the theory is either to find the other half of the siphon, because there's usually like, it's a connecting point. There's like two sides to it. So if it did function, if this is correct, then in theory there would be another side to it. Or if not, it might just be a sphere of annihilation or something adjacent to it and is essentially a null and void circumstance. Those are where the theories stand.
Percy,
Yes.
the crystal that Lilith gave you, does that work across planes, or is that...
The Gatestone does, you have to be on the same plane of existence.
Okay.
Thought about it. I definitely think there's something on the other side of this. And this thing is how I think I know that our work is not yet done. I dream about it sometimes. Do you ever come down and just look at it?
To be honest, it intimidates me quite a bit.
What do you see?
What do I see? Can I use my, oracle arrow and shoot it into it?
Certainly give it a try. Certainly try.
She can shoot this arrow
And see through the arrow? Okay.
So like you shoot it into a cave, she can see
All right.
Oh, I do.
Well, go ahead and roll an attack.
Shoot an arrow.
Okay.
Let's back up a bit of a distance.
Yeah. We'll back up as far as we can so I can still hit the thing.
Magical arrow.
It is a magical arrow, and this thing cuts out all the magic. But maybe once it goes through the siphon, maybe I'll still be able to use it.
Well, we can actually get to the edge where magic starts again, and then it might reconnect once it goes
I
through.
don't know.
See what happens.
It's worth the sign.
Yeah, we'll stand outside of the door.
Do you only have one of
Okay.
these things?
I have 2 per short rest.
Yeah.
As part of your newly exalted.
Yes.
Okay, don't, hold on. Whatever, well, hold on to that roll, whatever that was.
Okay.
So to get out of the radius, because it basically cuts right into the hallway that leads inside of it. So you have to back out of the chamber into the hallway a few feet and basically get on the ground and aim upwards towards it, and you're going to have to arc over the top of the ziggurat to get in. So this is a shot with a disadvantage.
Sharpshooter?
With a disadvantage. I am sharpshooter.
Wouldn't that nullify that? 3/4 covers means nothing.
Well,
it's just full cover.
Well, what I was going to say is it would have a really high AC with disadvantage. I'm not going to consider it with having a super high AC. It's still a very hard shot.
So disadvantage.
So disadvantage in the shot.
30.
Whoa! Both of them were
Both
really
were high
good.
teens.
It's the critical rolls.
It is the critical roll dice.
Oh, come on, baby!
What? I'm so proud of you! I'm so proud of you!
This shouldn't work.
Oh, it shouldn't work, but it is.
Straight through to the fart
T-shirts.
Weirdly, the arrow hits and kills Keyleth.
Comes out of her stomach.
Oh no, the cigarette was inside us all along.
Do that.
Don't eat.
This is a long whisper.
Don't eat the Yeti.
Oh man, this is not just what we normally
No,
get.
this is a whole chunk of stuff.
Back blade!
What we by the way, just a little insight. What we normally get on the whispers is, from what you can tell, it seems totally normal. And then that's about
And
it.
then that's pretty much. That's actually.
that's actually fairly accurate.
Briefly back in the old days, they were experimenting with texting us whispers.
As far as you can tell, he thinks he's telling the truth.
I want to know.
I'm glad we stopped trying to text each other whispers. That was really. That was.
Whoa, her mind is
Give me a
blown.
pencil, give me a pencil. I gotta write this shit down.
Pencil.
Pencil,
Here,
pencil.
here,
I
it
don't know where it went.
Her eyes go white and just. So, yay. Scribbling on the ground.
Much.
She's drawing a weird alien creature.
I gotta write it down or else I'll forget.
Big head,
It
big
took
eyes,
months and months
small
ahead.
body from
Why-
communion.
Somebody thought.
Three
She's writing in
syllables.
wingdings.
We're being invaded by dingbats.
What does
from
a
the Zap
smiley
dimension.
emoji mean? I don't understand.
She speaks arrival
God.
language now.
Oh my god. Percy! I saw something.
You didn't, really?
I did. I think it was another plane.
Vex dies.
We have to figure out how to. Is there a way to make sure we get every detail? I'm finding pen and paper. We're writing everything you can remember
Okay.
down. Is there a way to recall someone's memory in perfect detail? Is there any sort of magic that can actually?
There are, yeah.
Okay, this shit's happening.
Because otherwise, I can just tell you what I sort of saw, but you know.
No, we are.
All I heard a lot of back blaze in the background.
It was the backblaze dimension. No.
They're not siphons, they're
back up.
storage units.
You saw the cloud? What did it look like?
Just Pelor, just backing up his
Was it a bunch of nudie photos?
All right. I mean, it's pretty vivid for you, and so as you recount to, what you saw is the arrow. It was darkness once you fired it. Like the as it passed through the sphere of anti-magic, there was nothing, and then suddenly, imagery blinked through the arrow, and from the perspective of it as it coasted away, she looked behind and could see the twin to this orb. Apparently, not under the same anti-magic shell on the other side, whereas this side steals magic, the other side emits it. As the arrow landed and clattered the stonework, maybe 20 feet below the orb, looking around, she saw a landscape of blackened, broken stone and ground, distant mountainscapes of jagged crags, like teeth across the horizon. The sky itself was black and shadowed, like it was perpetually in the sense amidst a distant forest fire. And where you can see the gray in the sky, you can see just roiling thunderclouds with flashes of lightning. And roughly a mile or so from what you could tell from where this was, you could see what appeared to be a large obsidian tower of twisted black stone that went up for what appeared to be a dozen or more stories.
Don't we know something about it?
Yeah, doesn't that sound like...
The same tower we saw in the Nine Hells?
No.
No.
Different tower.
Different tower.
Different tower.
Should we go to
This is
We've
way
heard about
bigger.
this.
Is there someone named Roland?
No.
walking
The
around?
tower in the Night Hells was the biggest thing you've ever seen
Oh,
tower-wise.
okay.
Like this is big, but like imagine like a 12-story obsidian tower that's pretty thin and tall.
Oh,
it's a
okay.
thin.
I'm glad I
Spire.
remembered that correctly because I was remembering it as a citadel and it's a tower.
This is spectacular. This is great. We have to let everybody know. Oh God, we have to let everybody know. And I grab her and we bolt.
Okay.
Out.
Does it sound like anything you know?
No, yes, maybe. I don't know.
Okay.
I'm not sure. This is a breakthrough. We have a breakthrough. I am running to Cassandra, who I'm sure is asleep.
Yeah, I mean most everyone's like you guys have all gone to bed at this point. I imagine you guys were down there pretty late, kind of.
Well, first I dragged Keyleth off to the cozy little bathtubs that they have here in the castle, and took the opportunity. They were quite small, actually, and washed all of the last of the caked-in blood and everything. And got
Because I say it, it's true.
You have like a full Roman sauna underneath it, but that's fine.
Not
Whatever
the one
you
that
need.
I saw.
Well,
I took JB back and we built a fort
Okay.
in the room.
You've gone to bed.
Oh yeah. I
I-
sleep.
I didn't wake
I
up.
looked for a book on werewolves.
Okay. Make an investigation check.
Oh.
20.
Natural 20. Natural 20.
Natural 20.
It's that night.
Against all odds.
The trick is it requires human sacrifice.
It is a full moon tonight, isn't it? Or is it last night?
Um,
When was the full moon?
You surprise yourself, Grog, going, whoa, whoa. Werewolves. There's a book that talks about the disease of lycanthropy and where creatures and entities, and it's there before you, and you find it, and it's like your own little birthday party.
I take it with me.
Okay.
I'm calling a meeting of the council. I'm sending out the word. I'm telling everyone that we have new information.
night?
Yeah, I'm starting it now so that people who are not here can figure
Are
out
you
their
getting
way
like
here.
over our
Yeah,
earpieces?
this is like around
Not them.
This is around midnight.
To the studying council. Anybody who's been studying the object.
Oh, the studying council.
Yeah, I'm
Okay.
letting everybody know as quickly as possible.
Okay.
There's new information.
All right. So that being the case, you let Cassandra know. Okay. Cassandra goes. My God. All right. Well. Let me. I think I. Hold on. And she goes and rushes back to her room, and she comes back with a small, looks like a river stone, but has what looks to be a small rune carved into it. She takes it and holds it and goes. Sorry to bother you, my dear, but apparently Percival has a breakthrough in regards to the ziggurat and the orb. As soon as you can, please. And then takes it and puts it in a small pouch. Hopefully Alora received that and should be arriving soon.
Excellent.
As to Eskil, I don't know how to get in touch with him, and he's probably well into his sleep, and he gets a bit
He'll
cranky.
find out in the morning.
Right.
Oh, this is good. We'll start looking with the new data as soon as everyone gets here. This is excellent. Excellent! Good night. Go to sleep. Why are you awake? No. And I'm out the door.
Okay.
And run to Vex's house. We're done.
All right. All right. So you guys just go to bed?
Yeah.
I guess so.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
So-
wait, actually, Percy.
Yes?
Off subject. But when I saw Keyleth, I mean, she was destroyed, right? I mean, fucking destroyed. Arms everywhere, limbs broken, just terrible.
Yes.
And I mean, we put it back together,
Yes.
like we always
Oh.
do. But I can't get Scanlan out of my mind. It's so random, I know, but what if that happened to him and we're not with him? No one's there to cast Revivify.
If he wanted to be found, he'd be found. His daughter's there, and maybe he is possibly smart enough to explain to her how that stone works.
Have you scryed
Also-
on him again?
Not successfully. Not since I briefly found him, and then I lost him. But I always have people looking.
All right. I don't know. I don't know why he's on my mind. Obviously, we have much bigger things.
I think maybe bigger things will help. It's been too quiet. I'm
Not
getting...
good at quiet.
No, I mean, I've enjoyed it. This has been great. Everything's been
Yes,
great.
of course.
This is wonderful, but I miss... I will admit, I miss... I don't know what I miss. I miss it, though. I feel like I'm tempting fate, and I'm going to regret everything I say right now, one
I
day.
think we are. Who knows what this will lead to?
Maybe we can shut it down for good.
Yes.
Maybe we're going to go find a small black tower somewhere filled with death and despair.
I don't know if I'm going to be able to sleep tonight.
No. Oh.
All right. So as you find your rest for the evening, the morning comes. Bright, warm. For the clouds that came in for the evening, and it's still a cloudy sky. And as you wake up, the mist that is kind of usually takes the bottom of the valley and the forest floor is beginning to burn off as the sun begins to peek through the clouds and show little bursts of blue above. You guys head back to the castle, where all of you are. everyone but well, Keyleth will say Keyleth and Keyleth's still sleeping and Taryon's still sleeping, and
had a bit of a day. It's probably
yeah. However, Allura is there, waiting. She's there as you heard. She goes, "Oh well, isn't this a pleasant surprise?" And she rushes up and gives Vex a big hug, and
it's been ages.
Comes and takes your hand as well, Percival, and pulls you in. So, Cassandra told me that there was some sort of a...
Well, Vex had a brilliant idea. Recently, you came to a very interesting power.
Yes, from the exalted weapon that I got from Sondor.
Oh, your vestige, yes.
Yes, and it has the ability to shoot arrows that see.
I recall you telling me this, yes.
Right, so I shot it into the orb. And I saw through it.
Oh. And at which point you watch her hold him interchange things, and what did you see?
Look at everything.
What?
We show her
A sky, and an orb, and a tower, an obsidian tower, like 12 stories
Keyleth
tall.
comes down for breakfast.
Hey, Kiki.
What
Good
I
morning.
Hi. Sorry, I had weird dreams.
You died?
Really weird dreams.
No, that really happened. That actually happened yesterday.
Still weird dreams.
Destroyed landscape, whole other plane, very dark, very scary.
Another plane.
I think. I mean, I assume because I don't know
We
if
don't
anything
know.
like
This is
that.
everything that as she described it. This is everything I could write down.
And as you describe down the location, and she goes,
Are you talking about my dreams?
well, this is not a...
Okay.
This is certainly not a place that I know of.
It's
on this plane.
Oh.
My dreams are on this plane?
I mean, you were on a plane.
We had a breakthrough.
This sounds like a location that resides somewhere in the Shadowfell.
Shadowfell.
What is Shadowfell?
The Shadowfell, yes. It's, you went to the Feywild, which was more of an overgrown, Fey-based nature parallel to this world, yes? The Shadowfell is the dark shadow reflection of this same place. It's a plane of negative energy, of darkness, of... and tower, you said? I have to go research this some more. It's good to know, but I get the sense that perhaps this ritual was not as foiled as we'd initially anticipated.
Have you been to this Shadowfell before?
I have not been.
Does Vecna reside there?
Let me go do some research. You watch her get a little, 1,000-yard stare for a second, thinking, her eyes are darting around a little bit, and her brain's just running, and she's... All right. Well, unfortunately, I can't leave till tomorrow. I can only really transport myself once a day. But I will immediately make my way to Vasselheim. That would hopefully be able to clarify some of these questions.
Do you need company?
No, I can travel faster on my own.
All right.
Besides, I can always go ahead and can bring a friend.
How is Kima?
Make a perception check, actually.
She's in the room.
21.
21. Interesting. One thing you do catch, though subtle, is as she has her hands folded on one side, you do see a small gold band across one of her fingers.
Ooh. She's hitched.
Wait a minute. Did you guys get married?
It was very small, very private. But anyway,
Congratulations.
thank you. Sorry, this is conflicting emotions in this moment right now. Thank you.
When did it happen then?
I was curious if she was going to explode.
Not but 4 months ago. It was on a whim. We thought and discussed a lot about all the dangers we'd faced over the years together, and with you, and the reality of not knowing how long either of us have on this planet. And figured, at the very least, why not?
I think it's brilliant. Brilliant.
Thank you. I would have. We were going to tell you. And we just. It's been a lot to do in Iman. It's looking great, by the way. We've nearly completed, thanks to the help of the Lyceum and many of the mages. Reconstruction has been rapid. Anyway.
We should have gone there in the last year. I mean, we need to visit
We've been
Mom.
very busy.
True.
Anyway, and she kind of covers the hand a second and look kind of embarrassed.
We can get you back there today if you think time is of the essence.
I was in Amon not that long ago.
Why did you go to Amon?
I had to talk to them about constructing the crisis
Oh,
order.
that's true. We were in a moment.
There was a lot of
if you could-
meetings, so many damn meetings.
If you could actually, send me to the Lyceum instead, and then from there I can go to Vasselheim, but I can do my research there.
You want to go to the Lyceum
Yes.
right now?
Well, whenever you wish.
You want me to send you?
I'm
You just
gonna
thought- you
reset
don't-
Keyleth's brain.
Oh yeah. That's, you yeah. Through the.
I'm gonna jog her
Show
memory.
us the-
So you go ahead.
Take a walk
you,
down to the tree.
Is there anyone else that needs to go while I'm doing this? Because this is it for the day. Anyone else need to go to Amon?
No,
I think we're good.
Literally nobody
just
needs
hello.
to go but her.
You just
We
No
could, we could-
Kima?
no. What?
Kima's not with her.
I just didn't know if you wanted to go get her.
Holy shit.
You
Oh my
a-
God, Keyleth.
You got a little bit of sleep stuff still in your eye.
Eye
right
bogeys
there.
for sure.
Yeah, that's better.
I was just asking. Okay, let's go.
All right, so as you open the gate and Laura steps through, she kind of turns around and smiles. Thank you, Keyleth. And
Sub Sundry. And then send him through.
she's trying to talk to you. She's like, I was, and you just push her through.
Okay, bye. Congrats.
It closes. Sends her to him.
Why are you awake? Nothing, never mind.
All right, so what do you guys want to do?
Well, shit. I think. Well, what do we do now that we know? I guess we just research.
Yeah, nicely fucking done, by the way.
This
Hey.
changes everything. I'm changing the research focus in the library specifically to things on the subject so that we can more
Okay.
focus. And do I come up with anything right off the
JB
top
comes
of
down
the-
with you and starts helping catalog and pulling out books and information.
Yep, I'll help you go read too. I start reading my book.
Okay. About midday.
Oh shit, Hilda. Did anybody go down to the bakery?
She was
And
gonna
let her
come
in?
see us.
Yeah, you haven't. It's been like around noon now. I've seen all this has happened. Talking with her and
She was going to
researching.
come to the castle.
Yeah, but okay.
Yeah.
Oh,
We
yeah,
go
she was
Well,
going to the castle.
Terry still hasn't woken up, by the way.
I'm currently my Doty's brushing my teeth.
Brushing your teeth?
That's not true, because eventually, when you go to check on his room,
Oh shit.
Taryn isn't there.
What?
What?
What? What?
Sam?
He's not going to Sam Regal us again, is he? Because I can't handle
What?
that right now.
Where's Tary? Did he leave
As
a note?
as you enter the room, you can.
Oh my God! Did Hilda do something?
You can see the sheets missing. Most of his personal belongings are gone. Doty is still there, and Doty appears to be just shut down, non-functional.
Doty. 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 Shit.
Like the eyes are cold and
Check the book.
What book?
Doty's book.
Doty. Oh, I go look at Doty's book.
It's in the compartment.
it's within his chest compartment.
I know.
I start pushing on it. Hopefully, it's
I
got like a
helped
hidden
build
thing.
this thing. Can I figure out how to get the book to eject?
Make an investigation check.
Breaking.
I'm just searching around the room looking for any sign
That's
of Tary.
so cocked. That's a natural 20.
Okay. You not only do you find the latch, but you look underneath, like one of the arms is. There appears to be a small glass bead affixed with almost like a piece of clay, and the bead has this kind of pulsing blue light on it. and you're like, you notice it there, and it looks like it's the only thing with any sort of life on Doty's exterior.
Does that look like part of Doty, or does it?
It doesn't. It looks like something that was pressed onto him.
Should we take it off?
Eat it.
Is it magical?
Make an Arcana check.
What?
That's 21.
It does appear to be magical. It is giving some sort of like consistent pulse of energy.
Maybe don't touch it.
It appears to have some sort of it looks fragile, whatever it is. And the essence of the magic that you get from it, the nature of the effect at least, is abjuration.
Abjuration.
I genuinely don't actually know what this word means.
No idea what that means either.
I've seen it in Player's Handbook.
Yeah, what's it?
I normally have some clue about a word.
Abjuration is one of the schools of arcane magic.
Okay.
What is it? What kind of school is it?
It's the alteration and harnessing of raw arcane energy. Usually in some sort of, there are a number of spells that fall into the category.
Shit! Shit! We just sent Allura away. Fuck balls.
Should we call everyone? Let's not call everyone. Who should we call?
I don't know.
Let's call everyone. Has anybody seen Tary?
He's sleeping in, isn't he?
He is not.
Is he at the bakery? Yeah, go check the bakery. Will someone go check the bakery?
I'll check the bakery.
Let's do a bit of a search.
Where are you?
Do I see any trace of him?
I'm at the house.
Make an investigation check on your
Castle?
No,
we're at
Vex's
the
house.
house.
All right.
Keyleth.
15.
Uh-huh.
All right.
Can you have some coffee and come down here quickly?
Oh my god.
You.
Coffee sounds amazing. Do you want one?
Yes. What?
Focus.
Uh-huh.
3 coffees.
3 coffees. Coming right up. And I'll be right over. I get 3 coffees and I head over.
Okay. It's hard to pick up a lot of details. It looks like there was no struggle whatsoever. It looks like somebody entered and picked the lock to the room from the inside. That's all you're able to make out. From the inside of the castle.
Oh, from the inside of the castle.
Yeah.
Somebody that was in the castle did this?
Yeah, not
In my house?
Sam, why don't you just tell us where you are?
Someone was escaping.
Doty's brushing my teeth.
Okay.
I'm going to. I'm going to.
Did you end up opening the thing? Can you see Doty's book? Or is it dangerous to touch him right now?
I popped the book out, right? Or
you found the compartment and you
Right?
it opens up and the tome is there.
I have my things upstairs. One second. I'm going to get all of my tools. I have everything on me, including the cloak, because I want to be able to absorb any magic that comes off of what looks like possibly a bomb. Just going to be careful. I'm going to very gently remove the book.
Okay. Pull it out of the compartment.
Flip to the last written page.
The last written page spoke of an evening of curious bakery purveyors signed on to see to the future of goods created in the name of the great Tary and Darrington and Associates. And as a sudden slumber comes over me, I will find myself an evening's rest. Good night, Doty. And that was the final entry.
I'm waiting for Keyleth. I'm putting the book back.
Okay.
The top sheet is gone
Yes.
from the bed.
Yeah, because they took him away in it.
Is it an eyelash? Do I get a wish?
It's chocolate.
Wait, get it so that I can make a wish.
Thankfully, we have a scry spell or 2.
All right. Keyleth, you arrive with 3 coffees?
I tagged along.
Okay.
Okay, I have 2 regulars, 1 decaf, no foam.
Scry on
Like
Tary. Scry on Pike, did you find anything at the bakery?
Why am I scrying on
As you head down the bakery, the bakery's still closed. Nobody was there to open it.
How do you know? What
Hilda
is he?
there?
Maybe
Hilda
he's
there?
just
Hilda's
around
not there
town.
now.
I don't see anything. Hilda's not here.
The bakery looks normal?
Bakery looks normal.
It looks normal, just still locked and closed, untouched since you guys left it the evening
you
before.
think Doty's been booby trapped?
Look at that. Look at that. That doesn't look normal.
I want to
I'll
take a
make
look
my
at
way.
that and see if it looks like a trap. Any, I mean, I don't understand magic, but if it's similar to any kind of trigger mechanisms I've
Make
seen.
an investigation check.
Keely, come out of the room with me.
31.
Okay. It does not appear to be a trap necessarily. It looks like whatever it's meant to be triggered to do has already been triggered.
Somebody booby trapped Doty. Can you scry? Can you scry on Taryon? Scry on Taryon.
Oh, yeah. What? I'm sorry.
He's missing.
What?
He's missing. Somebody broke in and took him. I go around and start asking. No, I'm gonna stay right here. Will you scry on him? I need to find out what happened.
Okay, last time I tried to scry on Scanlan, everyone gave me a lot of grief about
Okay,
it.
Scanlan left on his own. Tary didn't. He left Doty here. There's no way this was not foul play.
Do you think this thing is looking at us? This little bead?
Once everyone clears out of the room, I will try and remove it.
Who's all in the room? Is it the four of us?
Currently
No,
it's
we- me and you went out
they
and
left,
outside.
so
Okay.
it's just Vax and Percy.
I'm going to try and remove it.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that it's trapped or anything. You probably can do that.
Let's see what happens. I'm going to use the cloak to pull it off so that I'm
Okay.
shielded from it if anything happens.
Okay, you grab it, and as you pull it off, it's fixed, and you, as you pull it off, the bead shatters in your hand, and the blue spark fizzles out, and you watch Doty go. Tary.
There's like a little mini EMP to shut him down.
You get the sense that the basis of this magic was a one-use dispel.
Oh my god. We're not in the room. You're scrying. Will you scry? Scry?
I mean, I
You watch as Doty immediately starts going, Tary, and lifts like the bed. Tary.
It'd be better if I had something of Tary's. So
Tary. And leaps, charges through the room, just into the hallway.
Hey, Doty!
Can you scry? Doty belonged to him. Scry with Doty.
Sup, bud?
Doty kind of stops and looks. Tary.
Okay. I'm gonna like kind of, Professor Xavier this shit and like put my hands on his Doty's little head. Come here. And,
It's a reach.
Down, Doty down. Doty kneel. Doty take a knee. Doty down.
Doty, will you kneel down, please? Fuck. I
Never.
really
You
thought
know
it was
what?
gonna
Just
work.
I'll. It's fine. Oh, okay. And I'm gonna do the scry.
Okay.
God damn it.
Do you know what's happening right now?
I'm getting my rogue character ready.
Keyleth.
God damn it.
Your vision pulls back up into the sky above the clouds for a second. You feel a rush of wind. You're not sure of the direction. You feel a flash of speed, and then with a blink, all of a sudden your vision is above what appears to be a small village along a road. Then the vision blinks once again, and you're within a hallway, some sort of a wooden, low-lit hallway. And then with another flash, you're inside of a room. A wood paneling wall, you see Taryon unconscious and wrapped in a sheet, still in his armor, just leaned, propped against the shaded side of the wall, while a figure stands just out of the peripheral. A familiar voice from just out of your range says, "Oh, it's okay, dear. We just had a bit to drink. Appreciate your concern." And you hear the door close. Then a few footsteps, and you watch as just in the peripheral, Hilda steps in next to Taryon, pulling the sheet from his body, revealing him tied up from head to toe. Hilda's image shimmers slightly and dissipates, revealing a woman of ink blue skin, long white hair tied into almost like a top-knot ponytail, pale silver eyes that just inspect her handiwork. Under her dark green cloak that you see the hood fall back, you see a dark burgundy leather armor. She seems to check Taryon's vitals, like under his neck, feel for breathing, very methodically, and begins to loosen some of his bindings in some places. And you hear her voice say, Can't have you losing too much circulation, boy. I've got a reputation to keep. She quickly tosses the blanket back over him after fixing the straps and goes, sleep soundly, boy. You'll be home soon enough. She stands up and walks across the room, almost out of sight, and sits in a chair facing him. You watch her rummage through her satchel, pull out a cream puff and throw it to the side of the corner. Pulls out a small box and begins making something.
I don't know what she's making.
Make an intelligence check.
She probably bought those cream puffs and didn't even bake them herself.
Those are Ralph's
Debbie's.
cream puffs.
Yeah, don't.
They were excellent.
Okay, just straight intelligence?
Yep.
17.
You've seen Vex do some of this work before. It's a fletching kit. She's in the process of making arrows.
Bitch. She's making arrows?
She's making arrows, like in a casual, kind of passing her time kind of way. And then the vision pulls you back, and you're within yourself once more.
What'd you see? What'd you see?
Bitch!
Where is he? Where is he? Who has him?
People wonder why we have trust issues!
What? Who? What?
It's fucking Hilda! She's like a vampire, or like a werewolf, or like a lich, or something. I don't know.
What does she look like?
Don't quote me.
Where is she?
Any of this.
Where is
She was just like, I don't want your vitals going down. And then, why did you people take everything away
Calm down.
from
I'm
us?
slap her across the face.
Go! Ow!
Hey.
Ow!
Okay.
Okay.
Can you just fucking calm down and tell me what you saw?
Did you see Tarytown?
I saw Tary.
Is he in trouble? Is he in danger?
Yes, he
Is
looked
hurt?
unconscious, and it was Hilda, and she had ink blue sparkly skin.
Skin, not sparkly necessarily.
So,
but
okay,
ink blue skin.
and
Silver eyes.
long silvery hair. There was kind of like in a top long ponytail
I can
thing.
see it. I can
The
see
long
it in
green,
my
you know,
mind's
and
eye.
like she had burgundy armor.
Did you see her ears?
He was in like a wooden room
Many rooms.
somewhere.
Was it close by?
Her ears were pointed.
In a hallway, her ears were pointy.
Was she?
I know a lot of people have pointy ears, including myself, so I'm not judging anyone who has pointy
a
ears.
drow? Was she a drow?
She mentioned
You Keyleth, who have not actually seen a drow elf in person, really, not for an extended period of time, to know much about their culture. But you, through this conversation, she does appear to be. Yes.
She sounds like those things that you have said before. Yes.
The drow.
Yeah.
A little like us and a little different.
Yeah. But us, but like
Just
like
a little
the
different.
purple and the white hair, and she said she doesn't want him losing too much of his vitality,
Okay.
and that she was going to take him back to where he came from, and that he was like special.
She was bringing him home?
He was bringing him
To
home
his piece of shit family?
to his piece of shit family.
We have to get him. We have to help him. We have to get him.
Let that stand.
But why is Tary special?
He's very rich.
worth
I'm
a
sure
lot
his
of
family's
money.
just looking for him.
Yeah, he's daddy's boy.
Let's.
I don't know. This seemed like she was interested in something other than his money.
Well,
Like there was something else about him.
it's irrelevant though. We gotta go get him.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah,
It just means we knock her unconscious as opposed to killing her when we get there. It'll be fun.
How do we
Let's
find
this.
her?
And
How
it's
do
Do I
we
have
find
any
her?
idea of like the hallway and the
Yeah, it
room,
was just a
of
room,
how
you didn't
far away it
recognize it?
was?
The room, best you could, it felt like some sort of like a roadside inn. You have no idea where.
Well, this we can deal with. A roadside inn.
I mean,
we know
he's
where Tary comes
around-
from.
He could be literally
You do.
anywhere within like 100-mile radius.
We
I mean,
know which roads one would take to get there from Whitestone, conveniently.
Roads?
From what you know, the town of Deastok that he comes from, which is in Wildmount, there are no roads that go there from Whitestone because it is across the shearing channel to the other continent, which means you have to either go by boat, and even then it's probably a few hundred miles away from Whitestone on that side of the continent.
We could do a locate object.
Yeah, on his dangling earring.
Well, he's also wearing
It's
one of the.
It's 100-foot range.
It's only 100. I thought it was 1,000 feet range.
Sorry, 1,000-foot range.
Which is still very, very close.
or very far when jumping off
Okay,
a cliff.
okay. Wait, what if he's still here?
Relativity.
We could just be in the
Throwing
area. Wait. Okay, wait. What if I use primeval awareness? I can't just like search out a drow. No. Can I look around and see if there's any tracks or any like hint of anything that she may have dropped in the room, or like anything that he might have dropped, or anything?
Go check Hilda's house as well.
Yes.
For clues.
Okay. Searching the room. You mean you searched it once before,
I
looking
know.
over with the second glance. There doesn't appear to be any sign of anything that she dropped. The best you can tell, especially being a tracker, there doesn't appear to be any sign that either of them left the room. Like there was nowhere they could have gone. There's no window that exits. And the door was picked and nobody saw anybody leave the room.
She bamfed out. She's got magic. She could be anywhere.
But then why is she at an inn?
Are we sure she was at an inn?
Well, if she's at, I mean, like, it was sort of sounded like a waypoint, and if you can travel as far as you want, why would you need a waypoint?
Actually, who's good at math? Oh, Percy, you're good at math.
I am good at math. Why? What sort of math needs?
Well, when was the last time we saw Tary?
Last night?
Yeah.
A train traveling.
Exactly. A train traveling by foot.
The tree
But a
stride
bamf.
spell traveling, yeah.
It wasn't
be anywhere.
necessarily a bamf. It might have just been in and out, get on a horse, and head towards.
That's a lot of ifs.
Yeah, but she didn't leave the room. Once
She
she was in here.
making arrows. She was making arrows.
I've made my way upstairs.
Yeah, you've come back to this point
Can
now.
I use the, can I use
Well,
it?
Hilda never showed up for her interview. So I don't think we should hire her for one. Where is it? Did you find him anything? Nothing?
How far could they have gotten on horseback within the reasonable?
I mean, last you saw him, it's been probably 12 hours.
So,
on horseback, could have gotten, I'd say probably a little over 100 miles or so.
So we've got 100 miles. There's only so many roads that lead out of this city.
Yeah, can we pull out all of the maps of the surrounding
I'm pulling
area?
out a map and I'm just marking any roadside tavern that's within 100 miles of
Yes.
the city.
Okay.
Doty, do you know how to find Tary?
I have some
Doty.
thoughts.
Doty.
Taryon.
Yes. Can you find him? Are you drawn to him?
Doty?
No, it's one phrase.
I can't make Doty do things, can I?
I don't know. You can certainly
think-
try.
Rewire him.
Doty, look at me.
Tary?
Never mind.
Doty, do you know where Taryon went?
Tary.
I feel like... Could you give him the book?
Oh, yeah, I gave him the book back, yes.
Could you draw something for me again?
Tary?
Try it. Try it. Give him a book. Give us a paper and a pencil.
Do you know where Taryon went? Can you draw it? Shit, I thought he'd listen to me.
He does.
He does, listen to me.
Well, the old Doty did.
Oh, fuck.
Fuck!
But you had to lose that one.
Oh, that's right, Doty, you're new. You're a new Doty.
Doty, don't do that.
Doty, don't do that. Doty, don't play that.
Doty, don't play that. I've got a plan. I need to borrow the scrying sphere. Scrying orb. I'm going to make a list of every... I'm just going to make like on a map, I'm going to mark every roadside inn within about 200 miles.
Okay, that gets you. There's a number of inns at the Turst Fields. There's a couple at the Jordan Village, which you're familiar with. That might be just outside of the range, but you put them on there as well. Western, yeah, and along the road of the Silver Cut.
And that would
Thing
be
you
on the
said?
way to where?
The Charles Field.
There's the Turst Fields, which is a city that has
We've got the
Remember, what was the other one? The
Jordan Village. That's where you
Jordan
found
Village.
Percy in prison.
Okay. Where's the sun?
Right now? It's close to noon, a little
Damn it.
after noon, so.
Fuck!
We'll
Are you
finish.
serious?
We'll finish this, and I'll give it a few hours for the sun to go down, so that I can actually figure out what direction the inn is facing. That will also.
And I couldn't try and do a nature check to try and figure out which direction that wind was coming from when it hit me during the scry.
The wind was less of a natural wind and more just your vision being shifted.
Right.
It would
Like
not.
walking
It would not
through a
have an
Walmart.
impact
Right.
whatsoever.
Save the sphere. I've got a plan. In the meantime, let's search Hilda's house.
Yeah. Okay, we go and search Hilda's house.
Okay. As you get to Hilda's home, look inside. It's dark in the interior. You knock, there's no response.
Does Trinket smell? We go in.
Wait.
Oh, sorry. Check the traps. Right.
22. No, 24.
24. It is locked, but does not appear to be trapped.
All right. It is not locked anymore. 32.
Okay, yeah. It's a simple lock.
Okay.
As you walk inside, you can see the candle that was lit that night has melted entirely, and the wax is kind of dripping off the side of the small bench where it was laid on.
One more in here. Is there any bullshit hiding around in here? 29.
29. There's no bullshit necessarily, but there is that pile of linens in the corner.
Yeah.
You see shifting slightly, and as you pull off to the side, you see there bound Hilda.
Oh.
And she's like,
all right. Whisper out and I cut her free. You all right?
I'm all right.
What happened?
No, but a few days ago, this woman, this blue-skinned woman came, and she seemed nice enough, and she just asked me questions. She didn't hurt me, nothing, but she just asked a lot of questions.
And you've met us before? No?
No, I've seen you around town, and people talk about you. You've done a lot for the people.
Do you bake cream puffs?
I have before, yeah.
Do you want to work in a bakery? Just kidding. We're in the middle of something. We'll talk to you later.
You can't lose your sense of humor. You just really can't.
Wait, does Trinket smell anything having to do with, can he smell a different smell? Can he smell the evil Hilda?
Make a perception check with advantage for Trinket.
That's good. That's also pretty good.
Perception? That is 24.
Okay, Trinket. And picks up what appears to be some sort of a scent.
Yeah. Where did it go?
I mean, not really like a bloodhound style scent, but a decent scent. Guiding him around over the next hour or so and trying to kind of go to the areas where it might have been the last strong scent is in Taryon's room, and there's no trail from there.
This is terrible. I feel like we did this to him.
We didn't do anything. Because we're going to get him back. Now.
He's just so, he's just so vulnerable.
Right. Do I have enough of an angle of the sun now where this should be doable?
To
figure out which way is north, south, east, and west if I try and scry on Tary.
Sure. Yeah, you gauge the sun in the sky.
All right, Kiki, let's do this.
Am I helping you, or are we doing this together?
You're giving me the orb since you have the orb.
I'm giving you the orb.
And then I'm going to give it back to you when I'm done.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I feel like you did this before.
I did.
Successfully.
Yes.
I underestimated you.
Yes.
Do you need my help?
Sure.
Okay.
Yes. I'm not going to say no.
All right.
We do like a.
I'm going to try and glean as much information about the nature of the landscape around the person that I'm focusing on as humanly possible.
Okay.
And I'm going to try and figure out a discernitive direction.
Help with type of plants, whether or not they're going south, north, south, east, west, not north, obviously. Most probably south.
Okay. So before we get to that, so you take the orb and you sit down and concentrate, and Keyleth aids you in setting up this small ritual. As you close your eyes and focus on Taryon once more, your vision shifts and seems to be just jettisoned across hundreds of miles within a second. No direction at the moment. It's too much of a blur of color and light and movement until it comes to halt. And there you see Taryon somewhat jostled by the spell kicking in and the momentum. You see him thrown over what appears to be the back of a horse. Just and it kind of
which way is the shadow on the horse?
His eyes kind of lull a bit, and Taryn, you come to conscious ever so slightly, looking down, and you see it's just hooves clattering on the ground behind you. You glance around, Percival. I want you to go ahead and make a nature check.
Come on. Come on. They're going to Wild Mount.
This is not my strong suit. That'll do, though. Where'd it go? 22.
22. The skies here grow gray with clouds, as the mountain's spire-peppered landscape is broken up by far-reaching forests and river-traced glades. The air appears cold, as the winter here seems to cling to the countryside for a majority of the year. A mixture of gloom and beauty is unique as it is impressive. That's about as much as you can glean from this standpoint. It's very blurred in the outscape. It seems similar to a more harsher Whitestone landscape. This is definitely... This is further east. Looking at the placement of the sun in the sky, it's further to the west.
They've gone east. They're still on the northern end of the continent, if they're on the continent at all.
They're
Northeast.
no any further north from here, and they'd be in the water. And for the time it's traveled,
so it'd be east.
They're east on Wildmount somewhere. You can gather.
East on Wildmount. Is there any other sign? Can I see a tree?
Unfortunately, the scrying location, the orbit you see from, is very limited in scope. Like the fact that you're able to even make out the details I told you are just because seeing color and like images and shapes in the distance, you get a vague idea of the landscape, but it's all very blurred.
Is it giving me any sense of anywhere I've been before?
You have not really traveled length and breadth of anywhere outside of Taldore, so no. What you do see, though, is on the front of the horse, you see the same cloaked figure kind of riding the horse and glances back over the shoulder, and you can see what appears to be pale-skinned human woman. Looks like in her 20s or so, but the same outfit. And looks back and checks on him. He's stirring a little bit, and he just glances back and goes, "Be patient. We're almost there."
That'll do.
Yeah, before, am I with him in the vision?
No,
or am I just
no,
assisting
you're watching him, just his eyes kind of glaze over for a moment.
Well, that'll do.
What is he? Where is he?
They're taking him home.
Well, yes, we knew that.
They're on horseback. They're already quite far. I don't know precisely where they are, but if we can make our way to...
Wildmount. Yeah. What's
What
our
if we just
fastest
get the
method there?
gates, you know, before they even go in?
Because they're going by horse. They'll probably be there sooner rather than later, would be my
You don't
guess.
know where any trees are in Wildmount.
The closest tree that we've ever been to was the one that we used to get to Draconia. But I don't know how close Draconia is to him. I could try and scry on where they are and look and see for the biggest tree myself.
No, let's
Yeah.
let's
Pop out right there.
Well, the city that the Tary's from, the
Deastok.
Deastok. It would be best just to go there and cut them off. We know that
don't
they're
know how to
coming
get
from the
there.
west. There's got to be a way to get there.
Can I scry on
You
Deastok?
scry on an unknown location.
You only scry on locations that you've seen.
Been to.
Been to, yeah.
And people that I have connections to.
I mean, people you can scry on with certain levels of knowing them or hearing about them and such, but the locations...
How far is it?
I'll double check real fast, because if I don't, I'll get a lot of anger on the internet. Instead of targeting a creature, you can choose a location you have seen before as the target of the spell.
So if you...
Instead of choosing a creature.
Yeah.
But I could try and scry on Tary again and get a nearby tree.
If there was one.
It's only like a 10-foot radius, really, to like see anything clearly around the sensor.
Let's
So you'd have to be pretty close to a tree for you to make
Do
it
we
out
have
of
any images or any books here on Deastok that I can look at and then try and scry on it after I have the
I mean,
knowledge?
he might have Doty's book. He might have written some things about it, but...
Gilmore's been many places. He might have something from there.
Yeah, but he's in a mon right
How far away
We
is
can
it?
get to him on like that.
Huh?
How far away is the city from us? Ish.
You...
How many days on horseback?
Let's see. From Whitestone directly, it would be probably about... I mean, you can't cross the channel on horseback.
No.
But if you were to start at the other side of the shearing channel on horseback and just ride, let's say, 12 hours a day, probably get to about 4 days.
So if we missed...
About 3 to 4 days.
If we misted.
It still wouldn't be enough time.
No, just bamf there.
We have to bamf there.
2 days. Go to Amon, talk to Sean, see. He's been everywhere.
Scry
I'm sure
on-
he has
scry
something.
on her
I just have
again.
to. I just.
Draconia. How close would Draconia be to this?
Yeah. Do we know how close Draconia is?
The Dreamoth Ravine, with the remains of Draconia, would probably be about 150, 200 miles from it.
That's not bad. We could misty from Draconia.
Yes, we could.
Sure.
You can't tree. You can't tree stride today, can you?
Oh, you already used it on Allura.
Is that the same day? I thought we slept.
That was this morning.
No, that was the same day.
This morning.
No,
Well,
you used it once today. You had a full night's sleep, got all your spells back, and then you sent Allura off once today.
So we have 2. So that was today.
Yeah.
So we
I
have-
could do it again, and then I could Misty Step us, and then I would be out of my 6th, 7th, and 8th level spells.
I mean,
I would be burning higher spell slots there, but I could do
Bless
it.
you.
we could be there. We could be there.
Jubal bless you.
We could be there in hours if need be.
Let's do it.
You have no books here on Deastok. None in Whitestone.
Let me look in the Doty book real fast.
Yeah.
Okay. You mean real fast? There's a lot of writing in here.
Towards the beginning.
Start at the beginning.
Towards the beginning, it talks about Deastok. It talks about, the frustrations of the small town life, and the open world abound, and all the adventures that are seeking there. And it really has. It's not written to show any detail or interest about the city where he grew up in.
It's nothing.
All right, to Draconia. Let's go.
Gear up, everyone.
Everyone, the Uber will be here in 5 minutes.
All right, you guys
Get
gather your
out,
materials.
Gear up.
Make your way to the Sundry and Keyleth. You open, transport via plants to the exterior of the Dreamoth Ravine in the ruins of Draconia. And that's where we'll take a break.
Why can't anybody be nice?
She was nice. She
Yeah.
was tied up by a
just never
bad
met her, that's
person.
all.
She was tied up by some elfie Boba Fett.
I thought she was, but they weren't being. She was being.
Wow.
Hey,
was
well,
fine.
if you're really frustrated with how
Someone else was
untrustworthy this
impersonating
NPC is, you can thank chat for it.
Seriously?
Think the chat?
The chat did this to us?
You chat?
You turned our own bakery against us. You. They know. They
Don't
know.
fuck us,
To be
Jack.
fair, carbs are never really your friend, are they?
They are in workouts.
That's true.
Yeah, that's fair.
All right, we're gonna take a quick break. Before we go, guys,
Carb load.
we have the giveaway for this.
Hashtag carb load.
Yeah. This is looks to be
Carb
a
launch.
Catalogs
Another good.
dice tray here, which is pretty awesome, pretty clever with leather interior from good friends at Wormwood. We're gonna go ahead and use the because I feel like I have to. The code in the chat for this contest in the Twitch chat is Sam's Shirt, one word. With 2 mid S's. SAMSSHIRT. Sam's Shirt.
Sam's shirt.
So find your way over to the Twitch chat, put that in there for the chance to win this awesome charade. All right, guys, we'll see you in a few minutes.
I'm a Russian shove.
Hello, critters, and good evening. I'm back. That's right, it's Yev with Backblaze. I'm here to tell you about the virtues of online backup. But first, I want to wish everyone at Geek and Sundry, the entire Critical Role staff, everyone on the pit crew, and all the critters out there a happy 100th episode. I am thrilled that Backblaze was able to sponsor it.
We're only 97.
What, 97? Shut it down.
You're so cute. And in your
That's the important part, is that no one cares
And in a
that we have a backup.
Golly gee, why wouldn't you have a backup, Marisha? So what do you do after you've defeated the Chroma Conclave? That's right, you go home, you look at all the pictures of yourselves doing it, and then you upload all those pictures to the cloud.
I feel like if we would have had a good sponsor for tonight, it would have been Backblaze,
Backblaze,
a fantastic
yeah.
service for backing up your information.
That's right, Matt. That would have been a great episode. We back up all the data that's on your computer, we store it safely and securely in our cloud, and that's where it'll be available should anything happen to your laptop, desktop, or any external hard drives you have connected. No! Okay. You can log into our website and restore all your data. You can even order a restore by mail hard drive and we'll FedEx you a hard drive with all of your data on it. You can restore it quickly and easily. Cake.
Hey! Computer! Stop all the downloading! You've been vague and not helpful to any of us! That makes you a bad computer.
But if you had a backup, that would make you a good computer. Go to backblaze.com/critical-role so we know you've come from Geek and Sundry and we can continue to support them in the future. If you go to that URL, you'll get a free 2-week trial and you can start backing up today. How about some Slayer's cake? Hello, critters, and good evening. I'm back. That's right, it's Yev with Backblaze. I'm here to tell you about the virtues of online backup. But first, I want to wish everyone at Geek and Sundry, the entire Critical Role staff, everyone on the pit crew, and all the critters out there a happy 100th episode. I am thrilled that Backblaze was able to sponsor it.
We're only 97.
What, 97? Shut it down.
Oh, you're so cute.
And in your
That's the important part, is that no one cares
And
that we have a backup.
Golly gee, why wouldn't you have a backup, Marisha? So what do you do after you've defeated the Chroma Conclave? That's right, you go home, you look at all the pictures of yourselves doing it, and then you upload all those pictures to the cloud.
I feel like if we would have had a good sponsor for tonight, it would have been Backblaze.
Backblaze,
A fantastic
yeah.
service for backing up your information.
That's right, Matt. That would have been a great episode. We back up all the data that's on your computer, we store it safely and securely in our cloud, and that's where it'll be available should anything happen to your laptop, desktop, or any external hard drives you have connected. No! Okay. You can log into our website and restore all your data. You can even order a restore by mail hard drive, and we'll FedEx you a hard drive with all of your data on it. You can restore it quickly and easily. Cake.
Hey! Computer! Stop all the downloading! You've been vague and not helpful to any of us! That makes you a bad computer.
But if you had a backup, that would make you a good computer. Go to backblaze.com/criticalrole so we know you've come from Geek and Sundry and we can continue to support them in the future. If you go to that URL, you'll get a free 2-week trial and you can start backing up today. How about some Slayer's cake? Hello, critters, and good evening. I'm back. That's right, it's Yev with Backblaze. I'm here to tell you about the virtues of online backup. But first, I want to wish everyone at Geek and Sundry, the entire Critical Role staff, everyone on the pit crew, and all the critters out there a happy 100th episode. I am thrilled that Backblaze was able to sponsor it.
We're only 97.
What, 97? Shut it down.
Oh, you're so cute. And in your
That's the important part, is that no one cares
And in
that
a-
we have a backup.
Golly gee, why wouldn't you have a backup, Marisha? So what do you do after you've defeated the Chroma Conclave? That's right, you go home, you look at all the pictures of yourselves doing it, and then you upload all those pictures to the cloud.
I feel like if we would have had a good sponsor for tonight, it would have been Backblaze.
Backblaze,
A fantastic
yeah.
service for backing up your information.
That's right, Matt. That would have been a great episode. We back up all the data that's on your computer, we store it safely and securely in our cloud, and that's where it'll be available should anything happen to your laptop, desktop, or any external hard drives you have connected. No! Okay. You can log into our website and restore all your data. You can even order a restore by mail hard drive and we'll FedEx you a hard drive with all of your data on it. You can restore it quickly and easily. Cake.
Hey! Computer! Stop all the downloading! You've been vague and not helpful to any of us! That makes you a bad computer!
But if you had a backup, that would make you a good computer. Go to backblaze.com/criticalrole so we know you've come from Geek and Sundry and we can continue to support them in the future. If you go to that URL, you'll get a free 2-week trial and you can start backing up today. How about some Slayer's cake?
Hey guys, welcome back to Critical Role. We have our winner in the chat. Tonight's winner is Formaldehyde G. Formaldehyde G, you win. Denobo will contact you via a whisper to get your contact and shipping information, and you will get your awesome prize of your Wormwood box. You prize.
Don't
No, oh god, I did it. I'm sorry, it's my fault. All right, so jumping back into the game. So, you guys have learned of the current whereabouts of Taryon Darrington, the seeming direction of which she is being transported. Which, let's go ahead and take a moment here, actually. Taryon, as you've come to consciousness in the back of this horse, and you hear this woman cloaked and riding it in front of you tell you, "We're almost there," and then you're just kind of hopping around on the back, bound. You try and move your arms and legs, and they're tied tightly.
Doty, I'm having a dream again. Doty. Oh boy. Ugh. Hello? You there, driver person. Hello?
The head looks back over. Oh, you've awakened. Isn't that very interesting?
What's going on? Where are you taking me? Have I won a lottery of some sort?
You could say that, perhaps, yes. I have a contract to bring you back to Deastok, and I am fulfilling that contract.
Oh no. Did my father pay you to do this?
Howard Darrington? Because if so, yes.
He is.
Then that is where you are going.
I will pay you whatever he has promised you double if you let me go right now.
She kind of shakes her head for a second. I've looked through your belongings. You do not have the money you speak of.
I will write you a check, and I will guarantee it with the name Tary and Darrington.
She laughs and turns back and just focuses more on the horse riding.
Damn it. Money is so good, but not when you don't have it. I have armor. I have jewels that are worth a lot. Please, you don't want to do this. Please, just let it go and no one will get hurt.
She turns back around over the shoulder. The money is one thing, but another is one's reputation. When I take a contract, I fulfill it. I have not failed. I will not fail. So, you are going home. My apologies. She goes right back.
I respect her so much. I don't ask people names, friend.
All right. So, what are the rest of you guys doing?
Running around like crazy people.
Yeah, gearing up, getting
Vanished
shit.
through the tree, right?
Yep. So you gather your elements and you transport through one of the trees that you created on the outside of the Dreamoth Ravine.
That's right, we grew them a forest.
Yeah.
Oh
You
my
did.
god, that's right. All right, yeah.
The last time we came here, we came flying out of a tree on an angle.
Yeah.
On an angle,
Ravine,
yeah.
right?
You did not come through that same tree.
Good.
Off the edge of a cliff. It's a theme.
Sorry. I know.
Oh. All right. So, which way is Wildmount?
Northeast?
From this area, be northeast, yes.
So
Let's go.
I say we head north first, find the main road.
I mean, you're on Wildmount, the common, but you're heading more towards the city of Deastok, which is on the outskirts of the Dwendalian Empire.
We did know that they were heading on a road headed west.
Heading east.
Heading east.
Yes.
So which means if we head north, and then the minute that we hit that main road, start heading in that direction, we might even pass them on the way and be able to identify a horse.
Especially if we're in like
Yeah.
fart form.
All right. So you guys going into your windwalk forms?
Before we do, Percy, do you know anything about this country we're in? Anything?
I mean,
customs.
Make a history check.
Government.
Not really my area of expertise, but
State bird.
22.
Okay.
Ooh.
History check, correct?
Yes.
22.
This area of Wildmount, known as Wynendir, is divided into two different kingdoms, essentially. This one you're going towards is called the Dwendalian Empire. This is the strongest and the most functional empire this side of Exandria. It is a tyranny. There is a king, and the law is ruled absolutely through this kingdom. It is a functional economy. Its people aren't mistreated from what you've read, though it is a kind of, I want to say, it's very Prussian. It's very, like people work, people live, people die. They're
like harsh.
It's a harsh environment. It's a colder environment. whereas the center of Taldore is a lot of fields and rolling hills towards across the midsection, kind of framed by mountains. Across Wildmount, it is a smattering of mountain ranges and spires throughout, and chunks of forest. It is a much harsher environment as far as the topography and the biomes than Taldore, and as such, the pockets where people do live, they live as well as they can amongst a very oppressive environment.
And what's the name of the city one more time, just because I'm...
Deastok.
Deastok.
Oh, this is
Yeah,
Deastok.
this is the whole...
Okay.
Deastok.
So it's a bit Prussian.
Yeah.
Okay. That will do. So, don't expect a lot of hospitality, and let's just have our business, get it done, and get out.
Also, we can't talk when we're farts, so when we get there, what's the plan, man?
We're going to fly up till we see the main road.
Yeah.
So we see the main road, we're going to take it towards the city. If any of us spots, we're going to stay a bit high. If anyone spots a lone horse and a rider with a human-sized package on the back, we're going to do a little spin around, and we're all going to park ourselves maybe a quarter of a mile up the road.
Discretion. I like
Yeah. I like that idea.
Seems to work.
What happens if we don't see the person on horse? If
Then
don't
we just
catch
go
up-
to his.
Right, but what happens? We just land right outside the gates and ring the bell?
We land inside the gates.
That seems... I mean, okay, but that seems a little dicey. Do we want to work out what we're going to do? We're just going to appear and say howdy?
It's from what I know of the city, it's not a locked city, is it? There's not like a...
It's not a locked city. I mean, there are perimeter walls and there are gates that can close in case of times of war. You do know that there is a strong military presence in most cities, and there are patrols that often just make sure that the peace is kept.
So we can walk in if we need to, but it's just, let's not make any waves unless we need to.
Righteous visitors.
Yeah, it's a somewhat militaristic nation. It's people. I mean, to the point where you don't know, or at least have not heard of any widespread abuses of power. At least not on the outskirts cities. You don't know that much about the political structure there within, other than the fact that it is a tyranny. But it is a strong standing military, and they do exercise it in times of peace as a form of law enforcement.
You and Tary are thick as thieves
Yeah.
now, so how plugged in is his dad?
Probably pretty
Super, right? I mean, he's not the most powerful guy, but he does well for himself. He runs an area.
The way that Taryon talks about his father is that he is essentially a land baron in Deastok. He owns a number of plots and homes and farms, and collects taxes on them. And his family has been doing this for at least a generation or two, and has made quite a fortune off of it.
And his sister's name is
His name is Marianne.
Marianne. That's creative. Okay. All right.
Marion.
Yes, Marion Darrington.
And his
Marion
mom is
Darrington.
Maria. All right.
Maria and Howard.
Maria and Howard
Marion
Darrington.
Yes.
Nice.
All right.
All right, let's do
See,
this.
I know his mother's name. I just
Oh.
All right. So you guys, you go ahead and accept Keyleth's Windwall. All right. With a moment of concentration, you all convert yourselves into plumes of smoke, mist. By the way, did you leave Doty behind or take Doty with you?
We can't,
Can't.
take him with us.
Yeah. Okay then.
He
So Doty
doesn't
stays back in Whitestone.
respond to us.
I mean, yeah, he doesn't respond to us.
I mean, we would have had to have had grog give
Just say
him a
no.
piggyback.
We didn't
No,
know.
Yeah,
we
no,
didn't.
we didn't
you did
find
not.
Green.
I was just reconfirming.
Nope.
All right then.
Sorry.
So you guys convert into your
Necklace that you could put him in.
I can't
Yeah.
put him in the necklace. He won't go in the necklace.
Yeah.
I tried before. He doesn't go.
Who are you talking to?
as you all
He's safe.
coast in the shapes of mist into the moist, freezing air over the Dreamoth Ravine and head northward. You guys move as a cluster of small plumes of moisture, and as you look forward over the next, so you're moving 300 feet around at double speed at that point too.
Carry that 3.
Yeah.
Wind speed.
Doing air math.
Train leaves Albuquerque.
Air math.
It's nothing quite like air math.
Yeah. Well, there's always, once again, this is twice an episode where it's like magical fantasy realm, physics. Somewhere in the middle, you find a fun narrative. I'd say within probably an hour and a half to 2 hours of travel, because you guys are going pretty fast, you eventually come upon a very well-ridden and apparent pathway, a roadway that goes from east and west. The topography does seem at least to be somewhat in line with what you saw the brief time that you scryed upon Taryon.
How do we...
I'm just heading the direction.
That smoke plume definitely.
That smoke plume knows where it's going.
Follow that smoke
I can't
plume.
hear you.
So you guys all continue heading east. Just
Do we have like normal mental thoughts when we're smoke plumes, or do we just think in terms of?
no, you think normally. You're still mentally you.
not
You
stoned.
just you can't talk.
Okay.
Hell.
We'll say if you talk comes up. There you go.
What does it sound like if you laugh? Sorry, we're going. We're going.
All right. As you guys continue pushing east.
I'm
We
gonna be
roleplay
looking-
deep.
I'm going to be keeping an eye out for anybody on the road.
Toe.
Perception check from the two of you guys.
Don't look it up.
Ugh.
22.
12. Okay. You see what looks to be one small kind of caravan, a series of carts that are heading west along the path. And that's the only thing that you see at the moment. You, Vex, after a couple more hours of travel in an eastern direction, you see what looks to be a big, thick forest. Like the forest itself is pretty dense in this area, and there's pockets where it's kind of open and you get a little more of a green field. And you've been traveling over a larger green field area, so you start hitting where the forest gets thicker and thicker, and the pathway carves through this forest. Then a ways ahead, you see what appears to be a large hill that rises up, and then around the hill, the forest has been cleared, and you can see what amounts to acres and acres and acres of farmland that circles almost like a disc around this large central hill. The top of the hill is cleared off, and there you can see what appears to be a metropolitan city, a large town, if you will. You can see what appear to be actually, no, you're not quite close enough. So that's what you see. You see this village on top of this cleared hill, surrounded by farmland, and then surrounded by forest and what appear to be some broken mountain ranges, maybe a few miles out each direction.
Keep skirting around looking for a lone horseman.
Okay.
And can I fly down and see if I see any like signs along the road, any kind of markers saying what city it is?
Okay, so you cruise down and begin kind of riding a little closer to the surface. And with your general, even just passive perception, you do catch what appears to be, there are a few splinter trails that seem to be the perimeter on the outside of where the forest kind of leads inward and heads on the outskirts of the tree line. And there you do see a sign that leads, the arrow leads forward towards what is called the Siren Green Forest, and then eastward towards Deastok.
Oh, shit.
So you gather that the large town on this carved hilltop seems to be the town in question.
But no, nobody on horseback.
You don't see anybody on horseback at the moment, no.
That's the cloud hiccups.
I'm going to
They do
scout,
make you gassy.
scout around a little closer to the ground and see if there's anybody, maybe any of the paths off the main road where someone might be hiding, and just run through the trees looking for anything for a little. I'm searching around a little bit. I know we're close to the city, and I'm just kind of keeping an aerial view because we should be able to see an awful lot from high up.
And you do. That's why you see like all like hundreds of acres of farmland that surround this large hill and the entire and like it's built all across top of the hill and built like kind of along the front side of it. And you can see a number of paths that kind of zigzag down and elements of it kind of sprawl a bit into the farm, but largely the majority of the metropolis is up on top of the hill itself, and then the farmland around it. And you do see. As you get closer and skirt the sides, there are patrols. You see men on horseback with crossbows kind of slung over the side that just kind of do perimeters. Some of them are weaving independently through the fields, just keeping an eye on people who are in the process of harvesting.
No interest in getting anywhere near that.
The rest of you guys continue heading east towards the town, or are you following? Taliesin kind of stopped.
I'm popping back on
okay.
On the road.
So Percival catches up to you guys.
I mean, at this point, I feel like our option is only to go towards the house. Like if we can find his family's keep.
Did we beat him here?
I don't know. There's no way to know.
We can land and have a conversation.
Yeah.
Okay. So you guys make your way to the. Where do you want to land?
Maybe the edge of town into the Siren Bane Forest.
So you find the edge of the tree line before it opens up into the farmland surrounding the city. As you all take a moment to concentrate, your forms congeal once more into your physical selves, and you are able to discuss as you prefer.
Well, anybody see anything?
No. Is it possible she could have put some kind of covering over them? Like
we did with Whitestone or something?
Yeah.
Yes.
It is.
Yeah.
Many things are possible, though.
Could we still see their tracks if we went back and looked?
We don't know. Well, we.
I mean, that would be a ranger question.
I mean, it's just horse tracks, but I can look.
But any horse tracks could be.
A lot of horse tracks.
There's a lot of horse tracks on a main road.
We're out of.
Unless Tary is thinking and he's leaving something behind so that we can track him.
Tary, can you hear us?
Tary? Good idea, Percy.
Nothing at the moment.
To be within 500 feet.
I could try and commune with nature, but I mean, it only extends for a few miles.
I'm gonna cast locate. Oh, should I do that? Should I waste it right now?
How long does it last?
10 minutes?
10 minutes.
I'm gonna try. I mean, wait, 1,000 feet. That's not very far compared to where the city is.
A few miles is better.
Plus, that's a concentration spell. The mist form is my concentration spell, so we should be able to do both at once, correct? If we move quickly while she has her locate object on?
Yeah.
Okay, let's do that.
All right.
I'm gonna try to locate his
brooch,
dangly
earring,
Dangly dangles.
his dangle,
Dangly bits.
dangly bit.
All the above.
Let me check on
his penis.
Tary. His Tary.
His Tary.
Or Darrington's spirit tread.
Matt's doing something.
I know, he's something.
Matt.
Well, I was checking to see if making sure the windwalk wouldn't affect any concentration.
Oh,
so
okay.
it does not.
Squaring his hypotenuse.
All right, and you're attempting locate object on Tyrion's earring, you said?
Yes.
Okay.
Stangly bit.
His dangly, his
You
green
focus
dangly
and
bit.
concentrate, it does not pick up within 1,000 feet of you.
Okay.
So we're gonna move.
So we're gonna move towards Misty form towards the city and see if we can.
Yeah.
Okay. You all head back up into the sky, and you can see now the clouds in this vicinity are growing darker. It looks like it's probably going to rain in the next few hours or so.
Okay. So we're less noticeable.
The temperature right now means it might even sleet. You're not sure. You make your way coasting over the farmland, looking down. You can see it's all segmented and all marked off with various, looks like colored fences. Everything is really well organized here, and all the land has been divided. You eventually make your way towards the base of the hill, and you kind of cruise up to the outskirts of the city where you see the large stone walls that encircle elements of the outskirts, and you see where each one of these walls opens up some sort of a pathway. There is a large metallic gate that is currently separated and lifted up in the back that can be slammed and closed and shut in case it needs to keep anybody in or out. You're getting no ping yet.
Okay.
You guys are now over. You're over the wall now. These 6 plumes of mist, kind of coasting above. What do you do?
Do we backtrack?
I mean, we're like over his family's keep.
You don't know what his family's keep looks
We
like.
don't know a fucking clue what his keep looks like.
But we're over the city.
You're over the city right now. Yeah.
So we theoretically haven't intercepted them yet.
No.
I say we do it. I'm gonna try and motion everyone to follow me in a circle around the city and then back out the front gate.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. It's you move pretty fast. It's a big radius to go around the entire wall perimeter of the city. At your full speed, I'd say you can do a full pass around in about 15 minutes or so. That's like a careful, kind of just cruising through. Nothing seems to ping on the spell.
Oh man, I forgot to tell you, when I left home, I left a large eternal flame burning on my keep's roof. Is that okay?
Oh, right. Good to clarify. No.
Eternal flame.
All right, so.
I don't know. Maybe we beat her. I'm gonna try and motion everyone
Back
to
out to the fucking woods?
just a little, not far.
Back out of the woods? Okay.
Back onto the road. And off the road so that we're not super visible.
So you're heading back over the farmland, back to the outskirts of the Siren Green Forest. Into the tree line?
Yes.
About an hour's walk to the city.
Okay.
Where I want to.
Where we can see the city.
Yeah.
And see the road coming to
Gotcha. All right, cool. So you guys find your way there. You wait for a moment to just make sure that the trolls are anywhere nearby, and you turn back into your physical selves.
Well, we either beat them here, or she's really clever.
Or she took off all of his clothing and he's riding around naked.
But she would still theoretically have his clothing. They would still exist.
I mean, yeah,
Maybe she
hopefully.
ditched him. Who knows what she did?
Sold them.
What do you think? You think we should camp out here for a while and keep an eye on the road for a day or two? See if we can intercept, and if they never show up, then we need to figure out going in to the city.
Do we have a way of scrying one more time before the day is up?
I do.
Okay, let's scry one more time
Scry
and
one
see.
more time.
Maybe we beat them.
I can do one or two things. I can either scry on them, or I can do a commune with nature spell.
Scry!
All right. Scry!
All right. Your vision shifts once more to Taryon, who uncomfortably, ow, 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 on the back of this horse a little bit. And as you start audibly making a pain sound, the hand grabs the back of where the ropes are entwined and just shifts you in the back of the seat to be a little more comfortable.
Oh, thank you.
No response from her. Still riding in the back of the horse. It's getting darker now, and you can see the clouds up are still a little pushing towards that stormy look that you saw when you were at the city. So they're still on the road. They're still traveling.
But it's the road that we've.
It seems familiar.
The sun kind of in the same direction that we're heading?
Yes.
Like it's.
Or heading. The sun's more westward at this point.
Okay.
So we could, in theory, mist low to the ground on this road in that direction, and in theory, catch up with them.
And he's conscious, which is good.
Yeah.
He's still alive.
And he has his clothing on?
Yeah. Yeah.
Good. That's good.
We won't see his dangling bits.
Just the one.
Just the one.
Should we miss that way?
I say we missed that way.
Yeah.
Intercept.
I like that idea. Yeah, let's intercept them.
Okay. So you guys come back into mist form, begin coasting westward along the path. You travel for about 10 minutes before Vex and Vax. You pick up what looks to be a small, dark shape on the road. You watch. Okay, so what do you do?
We're trying to signal everyone.
Is there forest on the sides of the road from where we are?
You traveled away from the forest now. You're in open fields.
So open fields and roads. Shite. Yeah, okay.
Oh, but wait. We turn back into wait. Yeah, should we wait?
You can't
I
talk.
would turn back into a thing.
So you go and land. Vex lands and takes a minute to concentrate and go back to her physical form.
They're up ahead. Maybe we should just bamf here. Be solid. I can disguise the landscape and we can ambush her.
All right.
Yeah.
So I do that.
Should we set a fallback?
You guys, does this make us highway bandits?
Yes.
Are we highway bandits?
As she's saying that, I start using.
You have about a minute till she gets to you right now, by the way. 'Cause you're able to see
highway
her.
bandits, get down!
You're able to see the horse, which traveling a little bit above the road, so they're almost upon you.
Oh God, what do we do? She knows all of us.
I'm going to start making my way a decent distance and like just running just a little bit off the road. I'm going to try and find some cover and get ready to injure a horse.
Who wants to stand in the middle of the road?
And what's on the sides of the road? Is it tall grass?
It's like
bald?
maybe like knee-high grass with sections of bald. It's the landscape here outside of the farmland and the forest. You can see it looks a little hard and badlandish, scrubland.
I'm gonna go like 200, 300 yards back towards the city, just in case they manage to get through.
Okay.
And
all right. So you're getting down. You're doing that.
I'm gonna get into some grass, as close to the road as I can.
I bamf shrink it out, and we get in the grass and stealth.
Okay. Roll a stealth check. Disadvantage for
I
trinket.
cast Pass Without a Trace.
Oh.
Oh, cool.
Natural 20!
Nice. And for trinket with disadvantage because he's a big bear.
Oh, he got a 19, which is a crit for him. That sucks. 19!
Was that a crit? This only on attacks.
Oh, well, still.
It's
pretty
still-
good, though.
it's good
Critical
enough.
stealth.
219.
He disappears.
Alrighty.
A plus 10.
Wait, did you want someone in the middle of the road?
Yeah, Pike's gonna stand in the middle of the road.
I'll stand in the middle of the road.
Perfect.
Unassuming.
Good bait.
Unassuming? Okay. I'm gonna go into crow form.
Maybe I can act like I'm an old woman trying to cross the road.
Ooh, that's
Yeah,
good.
like
I like
in
it.
your armor. Totally.
Put
So you go into crow
I'm gonna
form.
kind of aid to her bird lady aesthetic.
Stealth roll, Percy?
Stealth roll?
And a stealth roll for you too, Vax.
Do drows have like magic sight or anything?
I don't know.
It's a reliable talent, in fact.
I know.
Stealth roll is, that's not bad, 21.
Okay.
Plus 10.
Plus 10, 31.
Okay. Grog's ways back.
Oh.
All right.
Not stealthy.
And I'm preparing, I'm getting down, I'm preparing for the shot.
Ditto.
And
I'm gonna pull up my cloak and slowly start.
I'm also going to activate the secondary mechanism in the diplomacy glove.
Okay.
Terrible.
Okay.
I follow Pike and like peck at her breadcrumbs as she crosses the road.
Okay. All right. So as this is happening, then this is a really fast, like rush over against the places, and you watch as the horse is galloped. You have Pike in the middle of the road, dressed the same in memory.
I have to pee. It's like hide and go seek.
I want to just get close
as the
enough
horse
where I could.
goes off the path and begins to make a wide circle.
Motherfucker. She's just like going around us.
Seemingly. Yeah.
Excuse me.
Good.
I touch,
just
I'm on my broom. I'm on my
full
broom.
gallop
I'm taking off
burst.
after her.
I'll say
I'm gonna take off in crow form.
The second the second she started to leave the road, I take a shot
at
the horse's legs.
All right.
We'll heal it. We'll heal it.
Go ahead. Go ahead and make an attack with disadvantage.
Disadvantage?
Because you're aiming specifically for the legs.
That's technically. Can I burn a grit for it?
Oh, you do technically have an actual.
I have an actual.
So yeah, you will not get disadvantage in this.
I'll burn a grit for this. This is worth it.
Quickly down under.
Horse killing is a feat you took, right?
Yeah.
We're gods, remember?
Yeah.
We can do this.
That's it's not great, but it's not bad. 20.
20 will hit. So what's the effect on that one again?
That's where's my that's strength saving throw or prone.
What's the DC?
20.
So you watch as no gunshot. Complete silence as you all begin to maneuver. You watch as the horse suddenly and just goes ass over tea kettle forward, jettisoning both Taryon and the rider from the horse. going into a.
Is that the silencer?
Meat roll. Yep. Since you cannot move, Tary, you make a full spill.
Yeah.
Skittering across the ground. You suffer 10 points of bludgeoning damage.
Okay. What about the horse? Does it follow?
No, the horse is prone and still takes damage from the shot. So roll damage.
Oh, and also takes damage. That's
because you shot it with.
I did. I really shot it.
Yeah, you did.
It didn't have a good day. Do I have enough? Yeah, here we are.
Heal it. I'll heal it so
Oh,
I'm gonna eat it.
Oh, there's no horse left.
Oh boy.
Yeah. Oh boy. That's 30 points of damage.
30 points of damage.
That's really
Is that a lot for a horse?
That's my maximum damage with a single unaffected shot.
Yeah. As the horse skids over and hits the ground, it falls onto its side, and you watch like its heavy breathing come still.
No!
Oh yeah, I killed the horse.
Dinner!
Peter! I'm keeping a second shot. The second I see her head, I am taking a headshot on this girl.
Okay. Make a perception check, because you are down in the grass.
Nope.
Oh, that was almost
That was amazing.
so good.
11.
You can't.
What's going on?
Because you are tied.
11.
All right, no.
No,
You see nothing.
Still stealth.
What were you doing? All right, so you're up in the air.
Forward, yeah.
Okay.
I'm
You
running
brooming?
towards them.
I'm brooming.
Yeah.
You're brooming towards. All right, so she comes to a tumble.
Reload.
For this purpose, I'm going to have you two, since you're both pretty quick, roll initiative checks, please.
26.
All right.
24.
Jesus. Okay. So you both rush over and you watch as she tumbles and catches herself, kind of skidding into the dirt. You can see bits where like she's rubbed and kind of gashed in the face. Pale skin, blonde hair. Nowhere near the description that you were given by those who were, trying to scry earlier, but catches herself and lands. Reaches over and sees Tary maybe about 3 feet behind, and immediately darts over, grabbing something from the satchel and reaching for Taryon. It would have taken you your movement to get to her, but you can move less as much or half as quickly and go for a shot if you want to.
I'm gonna try to go for a shot.
How close are we right in this second?
Well, you're gonna close the distance because you're apparently a bullet. Learn to balance your magical items, people.
Or not.
Or not.
Or just, let your players spread them out and not keep them all for themselves.
Is that
just
too,
the one
yeah.
person.
It's all good. So you'll be able to get your shots off about the time that you'd get there.
Salty. Oh no.
That's, you got a 4 because of all that salt.
Yeah, I know. That was 19.
That hits.
The first, and then more than that on the second.
Okay, so both hit. Go roll
Okay.
damage.
Nah! Oh, can I do? Is it too late to say I want one to be Bramble Shot?
You can ramble shot, sure.
Okay. So that is.
You decide ramble shot as you hit.
Oh,
It's
sweet.
not
DC of 17.
DC of 17. Now with an 8.
Ha ha ha! She's restrained.
She's restrained.
Nice. That's huge.
12, 13.
Pretty calm fight music, Matt.
It is.
The volume is really low on that
13
speaker.
plus
My
8 is
apologies.
21.
There we go.
21 plus 8 is 29. Plus 1d6 lightning damage, 29. Plus 6 is 35. 35 on the first shot.
Alrighty.
Death sentence.
And then. Ooh, 16. 22, 23. 24 on the second, and I was wrong. Add 2 more to the first shot.
Okay, so 37. All right, got it. So you and fire both off as your your broom is coasting inward from an arc, and you manage the first arrow kind of catches her in the knee, and she kind of and is still reaching for Tary. However, as the arrow smashes into it, bursts into a series of thorny vines that wrap around and ensnare her, and she falls over and is now bound like Taryon is for the moment. Falls on the ground. Whatever was in her hand kind of like stumbles forward. And she's like reaching out just as the second arrow hits her in the back and gives out a yelp in pain. Vax.
And what distance am I right now? Would you say?
You got the same. You almost closed the distance with your movement.
Get in there, Barry Allen.
Okay, but am I within like 50 feet, 60 feet?
You're within 60 feet.
60 feet. All right, so I'm gonna throw Whisper at her.
Okay.
And she's brambled, so I'm at
It's
advantage.
restrained. You have advantage.
Right. So, yeah, that hits. That's 32.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna bamf there on this one.
Okay.
Right up to her. That is 4 plus 8 is 12. Plus this die makes it 19. Plus these dies. Now we do some more math. 20, 26, 27, 31, 34, 39, 42. With Whisper right in my back, and then click the Boots of Haste, and then I'm going to scuttle to Tary and cut ropes. He's probably within 10 feet, right?
Yeah, he's like 5 feet from her.
All right, so I'm cutting him totally loose, and I'm gonna lift him away.
If can't do all
whatever
that.
you let me do.
No, all right. So you use
action, action, bonus action, right? And movement to get there.
Well, no, your movement was to get there.
Yeah.
Your action was to attack her.
Okay.
And so you have your bonus action still.
Then I'll just use it to cut him loose.
Okay,
Or
you,
no.
you begin to cut him loose because he's a lot of ropes around him, and it's not like a single binding.
Okay.
It's not about
all right.
Good enough.
So now it's her turn. She's bound on the ground, coughs up blood as she's suffered a severe amount of damage in just a few moments. As she's kind of lying there on the ground, the vines twisting around her, her hands still stuck out. She goes, "Wait! Wait! Stop!" And she's going to... What's the DC on the...
17.
17. She does manage to break free from the restraints. She breaks free of the vines, and then she puts her hands up. That's her turn.
Can I land?
Yeah, I mean, if anyone wants to take into their actions right now, we're technically not in initiative order. She's put her hands up.
I'm slowly making my way a little closer to the action, but I'm going to find another, and I'm just going to sort of find a place where I can watch both sides of the road and also what's happening off the road right now.
Okay.
I'm writing my name in the path with a stick.
I'm grabbing the thing that she was trying to grab before I do
Same
anything
as Percy, but as like a crow.
Okay.
Actually, if you come, well, that would be interesting, actually. Well, if you come anywhere near me.
What you find on the ground, it's like a small marble, similar in size to the one that you saw attached to the side of Dodie earlier, but it's a different color. The one we saw earlier was like a bluish tint, like a light blue tint. This one appears just clear.
Can I pick it up?
Mm-hmm.
I'll just pocket that shit
Okay.
for a second. I know.
Can I stand up yet? Am I still tied up?
At the moment, as all of you guys begin to converge and close in on her, she has her hands up at this point. I'd say over the next minute or so, you get free, cut free, yeah. And you still have your armor on, you still have all your equipment.
I do?
That was on you as far as, yeah, she took everything with you. You're not robbed.
Okay.
You were just bound and taken.
You all right, T?
I will, yeah. What took you people so long? I was on a horse for what felt like days.
Well, initially we thought you could handle it, but then we...
No, you know me better than that.
We're here, aren't we?
You do have a massive headache, by the way. Like it's pounding.
Please tell me that someone brought my toothbrush.
Your breath smells disgusting right now.
Please don't smell
so
it.
bad.
I'm very embarrassed. I went to sleep.
Who's...
I don't
is
know
going
what
on
this
here?
is. I mean, she's taking me. She's paid by my father, probably.
What's your name?
Kareen.
Kareen. And what you do? You work for my father on a regular
I was
basis?
contracted by your father. This is the first time.
Just to find him and bring him back.
That's what I do.
How much were you being paid? I want to know how much he's worth.
I mean, not really in a position of power here, darling.
Upon delivery was to be paid 5,000 gold pieces.
That's nearly nothing. I'm worth far more
Far
than
more
that.
than that. You know his father has way more money
In
than
the
that.
tens.
You are rose gold.
I am.
How long ago did he send?
He sent me out on this job about 2 months back.
It took that long to find him. Does anyone in this town, Deastok, know about Whitestone, know where you found him?
Not to my knowledge. I don't care about people in this town. I was called here to pick up the contract and I left.
What guild do you work for?
I work for no guild. I am a solo agent.
Can I insight check, or does it
Go
look
for
like...
it.
Yeah.
She's so cool.
17.
17? She's hard to read.
Yeah.
By nature and by business, you get the sense based on... And at this point, as you're looking at her, and she kind of looks... She sees you kind of glaring and looking over intensely. She kind of takes one hand up under her hood and presses her thumb to the side of what looks like a small circlet, and her image shimmers, and you now see before you the drow elf that was described to you, wincing as the sun is still in the sky, and you can see, while the illusion did not seem to give off that, but she is, like, physically not enjoying being under direct sunlight.
Bet you're glad for that cloud cover today, aren't you?
It's been helpful. That's why I prefer to do most of my work in Wildmount.
That's what we do here.
Well, we should bind her and search her. Make sure she's not holding any weapons or anything.
You were just supposed to bring Tary back to his dad?
That is all. Unharmed. I took great care to make sure he was not harmed. I have a business I run based purely on reputation.
I respect that, but I did get a bruise right here from the horse falling over, so I'm not totally okay.
That is apparently an issue for you to take up with your friends.
Tary, I thought you left your home. Or were you, like, kicked out?
I left.
Yeah.
Yes. I left of my own accord.
Did you leave suddenly without any word, or did they know you were leaving?
They knew I was leaving.
And how do you want to play this? Because your pops wants you back, obviously.
Well, this is just some paid shithead, so I don't think we should kill her or anything like that.
What happens if you don't deliver your quarry?
Then my contract is broken, I do not get paid, and that is a blight on future business.
Are you armed? Somebody remove her weapons so she can put her arms down.
Oh.
Anyway, she has 2 daggers, one placed in each boot, stealthily hidden. She has a short bow that is kind of over her chest and shoulder, and a side quiver of about 40 arrows or so.
Oh shit! These are good arrows.
She goes, thank you.
Just noticed the good work, that's all.
I make them myself.
I show her one of my owlbear arrows.
Owlbear?
I know.
What do you think?
What do you want to do?
I want to take her belongings and send her on her way.
You don't want to see your dad?
I mean, isn't this
Well,
gonna
that's a
happen?
separate question, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yep.
We're very close to proximity. I mean, it seems foolish not to at least go have it out with him. I mean, this is unacceptable behavior. I think
Terrible.
in any relationship, this is not cool, right?
No, he should have offered way more money for you.
Well, yes, there's that too.
She did surrender. I'm just thinking, like, maybe we go in, she gets paid, she keeps her
what I was
reputation,
thinking.
and then you can, like, you know.
You want her to get paid? She kidnapped me.
Well,
She kidnapped me.
you should still make your dad pay, though.
Yeah.
You know?
What?
But she walks in with us.
Say, I would have come here.
Committed a crime against me. I don't
she
want
got
her to
one
get
over
money.
on us. She fooled us.
I mean, it's pretty cool what
As
she
she's doing this
did.
conversation, she just like slowly puts her hands down.
I'm still watching.
And she surrendered, right?
I'm sorry. I guess I was raised with a different appreciation for money, but Pike, your family came in and robbed us and you gave them a bunch of gold. Then this person just kidnapped me and you want to give her 5,000 gold.
Well, we don't want to give her 5,000.
Your dad.
We want your dad to have to give her 5,000.
And if you show up with all of us and her, say you could have just called, I would have shown up, but you still have to pay her.
I don't know.
You think he'll be guilted?
Well, I don't know. I don't know him.
I think it might be an easy way into the city.
Yeah, plus she was real clever. Maybe she
I live in the city. I'll just walk in.
Maybe she owes us one after this.
This is my house.
Are you
Should
sure,
we all be in disguise?
Are you sure you're cool to walk in right now?
Yes!
The way your dad wants to drag you
I'm Tary
in.
fucking Darrington. People shake when they see me walking down the street here.
You know, she was able to find you. Maybe she could also find somebody else for us.
Who?
A very good friend.
I think that's a wonderful idea.
Yeah. Maybe she owes us one. Kieran, would you like to owe us a favor if we let you live and get you paid and you keep your reputation all in the same day?
To be perfectly honest, this is an offer I very well could not refuse given the circumstances. If you are serious.
We are. We want you to find someone.
Then find them I will.
I abstain.
Cool. I don't know if that necessarily
With an
means-
attitude.
Okay, then you do know what.
Noted. All in favor of getting her paid, letting her live, and earning a favor.
Well, hold on, Tary.
Oh, shit.
Tary. If you had it your way, what would you want?
What are you doing?
I mean, majority rules, but let's just hear what you have to say.
I would like an apology.
I think that's fair.
That's fair. That's fair.
That's fair. That's fair.
That's fair.
Her eyes become these narrow slits and the jaw clenches. I apologize for any discomfort or embarrassment my retrieval of you may have caused.
Oh, very good.
That's good. That's a good apology.
And as to the amount that was promised, do you think that that was a fair amount?
Oh, this is a bit much of a question, right?
It was my standard rate.
I accept your apology. And as I said, I admire your diligence and faith to your contract. You don't get any of your belongings back. Is that all right?
She might need it if she's going.
You don't get any of your magical belongings back. I want them.
I want you to look at it. I
Yeah,
want to know
of
what it
course.
is.
But we'll, I guess, walk in together and you can present me to my father. This seems so stupid, but sure, I'll go along with it.
And then you help us out.
Very well. It seems we are in accord.
I'm going to yank Vex aside, actually.
I'm gonna shake her hand with that.
All right.
Do it.
No,
Are you
shake.
talking about what I
Pike, do you
think
want to
you're
help you
talking about?
revivify this horse?
You want to send her after your friend?
Our friend.
That's 300.
Oh, not
You really
revivify.
think he wants a mercenary
Maybe
showing
it's
up in
just-
his life?
I do.
Looking for him?
I can strip him.
Think about it.
He could be dead.
He's doing what he wants to do.
Take its body.
Did I overhear them?
Make a perception check.
Hey, look, we're both in plaid, but I'm in red and you're in blue.
16.
How quiet were you guys being?
Pretty quiet.
He was yelling.
You glean elements of the
I
conversation.
wasn't trying to
you get,
hide it, really.
Yeah, you get the gist of what they're talking about.
Okay. She doesn't have to. She could just do. She doesn't have to bring him or anything. It could just be like a. Just look it. Bring us information of if she sees him.
Like a 2-day report.
Observation.
We don't have to. We don't have to do it,
We
but
have to do it.
I do like the idea of this woman. This woman had a job to do. It's not her fault. I'm sorry, Tary. But I do feel like we need to let her, be complete her mission.
It's a bit her fault.
Fine, fine. And then we can send her to look after that little creep that you're always talking about.
When you were in Vasselheim, I mean, how would you feel if you
It was
were
a
to
cube,
learn?
Terry, like a cube.
That's gross.
How would you feel
Sounds
if you learned that we'd sent someone to watch you? He left, he wanted to go. He wanted to be away from us.
Well,
If he wants to come back, I want him back.
I know, but I feel like he should have come back already.
What if he's dead?
What if he's dead?
What if he's being a father to his child? What if he's enjoying his life?
Boring.
If that's the case, then maybe she can tell us that, and then we'll leave it alone. But what if he's dead?
Why doesn't she just owe us one favor to be claimed later?
Have we tried scrying
Yes,
at him lately?
I like that
really,
idea.
though.
I fly down onto Pike's shoulder and I go,
Ah, yeah, and I know, right?
See, she thinks. I like that idea. She owes us a favor at some point.
But not to put the... No, I want to find Scanlan.
Maybe we should table it. Go talk to
Yeah,
the
let's go
dad,
talk
and
to
then
my
we'll figure
dad
it out
and
in a
get this
minute.
settled, and then we'll figure out your next assignment
Yes.
or whatever.
You'll hang out, though. You're not going to disappear.
I have business still to make, and you have been merciful. So, I will remain.
I fly over to Percy's shoulder and I go,
I am Groot.
Very well. Into the city then?
Yes.
She looks back at her horse. I assume we'll be walking.
Mm-hmm.
Very well. And her image shimmers once more to the pale-skinned blonde woman within the same outfit, and you all walk along with her through the forest, down the path, through the farm fields, making your way to the outskirts of Deastok. As you are making your way up the hillside path, one of the patrol guards comes down on horseback, crossbow slung over his shoulder and his hand on the side of his sword as he glances down and goes, "Hey, you there!" And then as soon as he kind of glances over at the group of you, "Mr. Darrington, welcome home."
Thank you. These are my friends. They should be treated with respect.
Of course. Good day. He continues.
Good day.
Continues clopping by, making his way down the rest of his patrol.
It's just going to be a dark window, isn't it? This entire trip.
No, the town was never the problem. It's a fine place to grow up.
I'm very curious. Let's see this place.
Sure.
I'll go ahead and drop form on my so I'm not a bird.
Oh God! Oh God!
I always forget that. I'm so
It's okay.
sorry.
Stop my shooting arm. Stop my shooting arm. Oh.
I'm learning still.
I know. Oh wow.
Sorry.
That's okay. That's
Can I walk
okay.
next to Terry?
I'll
Just give
here,
me,
let me just.
Yeah. No. Oh. Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah. I'll need
Okay.
a bit more later. That
Okay.
will do that. Thanks. Keep it.
So
Terry,
Yeah, sorry.
I'm sorry.
For what?
Well, you know.
No, you're right. We can't punish people who are just hired to do a job. It's fine.
It's how we all started out, really.
Yes, I hired you.
Okay.
It's got a point.
And now we're so close. Here, let's go to my dad's house, but I need to make an entrance.
Okay.
I'll be on broom.
Can I be on broom too, though?
Yes.
Okay.
Behind me. And
It's his show.
I should be front and center. You guys can flank, and we'll
Flying
just
V
kinda-
behind you.
Yes, thank you.
I kind of catch up to Tary a little bit and I go, "Hey, are you special in some way? Is there something about you that's like magical and special?"
I mean, is this a trick question? There's Everything? Most things are special about me.
That's true. Is there a reason a vampire would want you?
What? There's
I don't
vampires
know.
here?
Do you have special blood?
No. Oh, wait, what?
Can I look at your eyes?
I mean, sure. They're the bluest of blue.
That's true. Do you know anything about your bloodline? Is there something about you?
You know,
I just feel like I have an essence about you now.
How much of her brains was left on the rock?
She got rattles.
Yeah, no, she's going full Phoebe from Friends.
I'm just off on the side with Draw going, 1, 2, 3, shoot. 1, 2, 3, shoot.
My town here, it doesn't have very many high hills, but still, stay on the ground, will you?
As you guys make your way into the actual city of Deastok, the architecture here is very tall and as intricate as it is old. The stonework is edged in almost sharpened places. The shape and design of most roofs and windows lean towards the Gothic. You can see similar roots here to some of Whitestone's older buildings architecture, a common space where the original DeRollos traveled once from Wildmount. But the architecture here is very, as opposed to the more built for function that a lot of you're used to in Tal'Dorei, a little more of the, anywhere from like huts to, I want to push almost Tudor to colonial. This definitely has a tall stone archways and tall stained glass windows in places. And a lot of the building's edges and roofs will come to tiny metal spires where points or occasionally flags or tapestries would hang from for the wind. Very different visual feel than anything you've seen over in Tal'Dorei. As you guys make your way through the streets in the presentational mode of which Taryon has requested, people do stop and stare. You hear whispers, some folks pointing, and some of the patrols kind of gather and just kind of keep a close eye as you pass. No excitement, no parade, no cursing or aggression, just acknowledgement of the arrival of these strangers and a very flashy lord. Eventually, you lead them to the Darrington estate. This is a large 3-story building surrounded by tall iron pike-topped gates that surround the somewhat octagonal shape of the grounds. The main gate is watched by a single man in a simple leather outfit and a metallic helmet, who, as he sees you approach, he goes, have you... sir, welcome home.
Thank you. Tell the master of the house that we've arrived.
Yes, right away, sir. He opens the gate and rushes off to the front door and disappears inside for a moment. The door opens again, and you see emerging from it a very tall, thin, brass-scaled dragonborn with very fine clothing. His lack of tail speaks of his Ravenite lineage. You recognize this individual as Berthold. He is the servant of the house and quarters, and as he approaches, he goes, Master Taryon, it has been some time. Good to see you in good health.
Yes, excellent to see you too, and you've been keeping the grounds quite nice.
Yeah, we've been doing our best. I take it to you, and he looks over to the woman, Kirin, who earlier goes, and she goes, yes, I would like to complete my contract. Very well. Please follow me inside this way. The Dragonborn turns around. Like he almost towers over you, but he's this spindling tree of a Dragonborn. And as he leads you into the home, he's watching him, he has to kind of like dip down to enter the interior of the house. Now, as you step inside the estate, you're immediately hit with the smell of musty carpets, wood oil stain, and some scents turned to smoke and embers burning wood in a fireplace somewhere. You see immediately in the darkly lit interior fine tables and wood-crafted furniture that clutter hallways, holding vases and dried flowers that probably have been in long need of a change. It's eerily silent. It seems, at least on this floor, empty of pretty much all life except for Berthold. He begins to walk up the stairs. Right this way. No. And he heads up the second flight of stairs to the very top of the interior of the estate. And there is the very heavy oak door that marks the study quarters of your father. He knocks lightly on the door. Master Howard, you have some unexpected guests. Including the one you hired to bring your son home. And is he with your son? There's a pause. You hear a voice on the other side say, "Let them enter." The door creaks open. Berthold kind of steps back. "I'll wait here." He kind of bows and gestures for you all to step into the room. As you guys step into this study, you see standing right across from you, looking into the fireplace, where you can occasionally hear the crack and the snap of what looked to be a halfway burned fire. A human man in his late 40s, his short blonde hair is receding to the top of his head. You can see kind of the firelight glistening across his, looks to be somewhat oily forehead, and two heavy sideburns that are just kind of an uncombed mass that frame the sides of his very hardened square jaw. He's dressed in a nobleman's coat and breeches, though his shoes are nowhere to be seen, just barefoot on the ground. He looks over and sees you enter and looks towards Taryon, and his hardened face turns to a kind of a softened smile, and he goes, "My son."
Papa.
He looks over to the woman, Kieran's. "What I've heard is true, and I thank you for your time. You will, Berthold will see that you're paid." She nods. There's a nod to you.
You'll wait for us outside the grounds, and we'll give you your next assignment soon.
That is the arrangement. She leaves the room, and you hear Berthold kind of walking alongside her and chatting with her about payment as leaves. As soon as they walk down the stairs, he turns and goes, "I'm glad to see you all well."
Are you? You sent that woman to kidnap me?
I sent that woman to bring you home, to see that you were safe.
She bound and gagged me and threw me on the back of a horse. That's how you brought me home?
You're a hard man to find when you want to be.
I am literally the least hard man to find. I tell everyone my name, I wear a gold helmet, and I walk around talking about myself.
His smile kind of fades for a moment. He goes, "And yet, you were very far from these lands."
Yes, I was. I was living a new life, as I told you I would. And I was finding myself and becoming someone.
That is good. Just know that I was worried. You fill your head with these fantasies and ideals and step out into the unknown. Do you know how many men and women are found gutted in the streets and left and abandoned to rot away in forests by some bandits at the roadside? Not to mention the various beasts of the wild out there. I was worried about you.
Well, I was in danger for much of my time away. But that's not a bad thing sometimes. Becoming an adventurer, or whatever I am now, it wasn't supposed to be easy. It was supposed to be hard, and it was. And it had risks. But along the way I did much, and I stand before you now as a different man than who left. One who is one who has been through a lot and knows the dangers of the world, but is also a survivor. You know, when I left, I told you I was going to prove myself to you. That I would bring you back stories of my exploits and show you what kind of a man I really was. And I wrote a lot of them down in a book. But I don't think I want to show it to you, because I don't think you deserve to see it. You never supported me as a child, and you don't now. I mean, financially, yes, but not as a father. And the things I did while I was away, the book's a diary now. It's for me, not for you.
Taryon. While my parenting may have been strict or distant at times, I did not reflect on my care for you. We have a legacy in this family to maintain.
Yes, I know. That's all you seem to care about. I mean, listen.
That's all that matters,
It's
Taryon.
not all that matters. I know that I carry your blood, and that means a lot to you.
This money that you
And
seem to relish in, that you took without asking the last of our coffers. Your grandfather started this. And I have done everything to maintain this. And your interests, your attention, could not be brought to learn and maintain this business after me. So I've had to turn to Marianne. That does not mean I do not love you. But you have another purpose in this family. And that's why I've brought you here.
And what is that?
And you watch as he's like shaking, his hands are shaking, and he's like fidgeting and scratching his chin and running his fingers through his sideburns. We're impoverished. I haven't been able to pay our staff in nearly 2 months. Everything that I had to do to maintain this legacy has come back to bear fruit. And the debt that we owe is vast.
I don't believe you. Where's the money? Where's the family money?
He looks around at the rest of you, and you can see now there's like this trepidation with having this conversation in front of strangers.
It's all right. They're with me.
Reaches over and grabs off of his desk what looks to be an already opened bottle of some sort of wine. Kind of just takes a quick swig and sets it down. Slumps into his chair in front of the fire and kind of rests his face on his hand. Goes,
Everything your grandfather, everything Oberyn built, it's on the verge of fading away. All the taxes we claim on our lands now go straight to a syndicate that we owe a lot of money to. Unless we find a way to pay off the debts of your father and his father before him, we will all be thrown into the cold or worse. Now, I've seen this storm coming for a while, Tary, and I've spent years trying to coax a family union with the Truscans. You know this. Now, after much toil and diplomacy, they have agreed to wed you to their daughter Lydia. This union will bring our family a renewed avenue to wealth and protection within the Empire. We can stave off this terrible end, and you will be a hero within the family.
I don't understand. The way we lived, the way you talked, made it seem like there was endless money. Forever.
This stems to your lack of respect.
My lack of respect? What happened? How did you ruin us like this?
What is this syndicate you speak of?
His eyes dart to you with a fiery hatred. Like, how dare you speak up right now? When your grandfather passed, when you were still but a baby, our lands were nearly taken from us from a rival barony, from within the Dwendalian court. Lord Jaifer had found loopholes to revoking our ownership in titles set by Oberyn. And in my panic and necessity, I found an ally in the Myriad.
In the Myriad?
Through a whispered hint, I met a man named Korshad, who ensured our surviving ownership in trade for a partnership with him. I signed, not wanting to toss at the time my only child into the street. But as the decades passed, I did not realize in my haste the depths of the deal that I'd made. With many harvests failing in recent years, the agreement now devours our livelihood from within. They now demand our accrued debt paid in full, or they take full ownership of everything.
I'm having trouble wrapping my head around this. You're saying everything I've lived has all been built on this deal with this shady group? You're a criminal?
No.
You're just a criminal.
No, it is built on what we built as a family.
We didn't build anything as a family.
We did, and nearly had it taken away. I did this to maintain it. And I let you live as you all deserve to live.
But Papa, you never told me any of this. You were cold to us, and you told us a bare minimum of what you did and how you ran things.
I
Maybe
had
you were
hoped
trying
to find a way to fix this before I needed to. Yet here I am, prostrate before my own child, broken, and he starts like tears just pour down his cheeks, like just trying to make it right.
I didn't know any of this. How would I? And now I have to fix it for you? By marrying some girl?
It's a marriage of convenience.
That's still a marriage.
It means nothing more than political gain. Your life is still yours to live.
No, it's not. I have to be here. I have to be with her. I have to live in her castle or she in mine. Listen, I've learned a lot from these people over the last year and so. And one thing I've learned is that you are who you are, whether you have a lot of money or not. And I don't have that much anymore. And I'm still okay with that. And it's not because of the things I own, it's because of the deeds that I do. You've done some bad deeds in your life, and it sounds like you've done them to preserve our family and preserve our legacy, but that's not a reason to do them.
He leans forward to you and looks you with an honest, more honest than you've seen him, a very vulnerable expression. Every man and woman who has money has done bad things.
Yes, I'm sure that's true. And I assume I'm somehow complicit in this.
You are not. I tried to keep you and your sister and your mother as innocent as I could. I'm backs to a wall now.
I'll have to think about this.
Think on it. The choice is still yours. I would not force you into this, but it is a chance. I just wish you to contemplate.
What have you done to our name? Do people know of this?
No.
And if I marry this girl, it'll just all go away?
If you marry this girl, we'll have the influence and the wealth to pay this debt and cut ties with the Myriad entirely. We would be a free family once more.
How much debt are we talking?
The last demand we were given. 230,000 gold.
That's a lot.
Is there any other way than marriage that you can think of?
I've exhausted the options I have at my disposal.
What if we just wipe out the Myriad?
He laughs.
Far too big.
So do I.
You underestimate the sheer size and how ingrained they are in the society here. This is no guild. Wildmount is the Myriad in many ways.
Yeah.
And if I say no, and they take all of our possessions and our estate, everything, what then? We're ruined.
We're on the street. We are but beggars within our own city, at the mercy of those we've been taxing.
How could you do this to us?
Because I loved you. I loved you all, and
You
I
never-
did what was necessary.
You never told us that. You always talked about bloodlines and legacies and the Darrington name, but you never told us you were proud. You never comforted us. You never cared what I wanted to do or who I wanted to be. I'm cursed with this name now, Darrington. You've sullied our name by enforcing these taxes and just being an asshole to everyone around our whole city. And now I have to live with it. Or marry this girl to save it. Listen, I'm sorry I left, and I'm sorry I took all that gold. I did not know it was everything. But what you're asking me is... I'll need to think. I'm sorry.
I owe that at least. I never claimed to be a good man. I never claimed to be a good father, good husband. But I can try to be better, can't I?
Yes, you can. I'm gonna go see Mother and Sister. My friends stay here the night.
Of course. And enjoy the grounds while you can.
This Kolshad and the Myriad. Where do you meet with him?
It's been some time, but if you wish to seek him out, ask for who you can speak with the many.
The many?
Within the Grumpy Lily.
Grumpy Lillian?
The Grumpy Lily.
The Grumpy Lily.
You know this to be one of the seedier bars in town.
Oh, okay.
And I'm asking to speak with the many.
Wishing to speak with the many.
All right.
Well, good to see you. Have a good afternoon.
I'm glad you're safe.
Thank you. It's good to see you again.
You too. More than you know, my son.
Do we leave the room?
Yes, let's leave the room.
We finally cut that air with a knife.
Okay, here's the thing though. You said he hated you, and he didn't seem like he hated you at all.
He's acting differently than I recall. It's been a while. I'm not used to seeing him like this, and honestly, I just don't know how to take it.
Well, you can't marry that bitch.
You can't marry her.
It seems like I have to.
No, you don't.
No, you don't. We're gonna fix this. We're
Grog,
gonna make it right.
Grog says I do.
No.
Yeah, simplest, the shortest distance between two
2 points.
Yep, is
marriage.
You're getting so smart, Grog.
I know.
So smart.
Don't be jealous.
I know some about the Myriad, correct?
You've encountered them once.
Yeah.
Back in Stillben, at the very beginning of your adventures.
What?
The very beginning.
I will say, Tary,
Yeah,
I
Percy,
think you
this
are.
is the first you've...
Wait, you?
He wasn't with
He
us
wasn't
yet
with you.
when we met.
I wasn't with. I have had.
We had that other guy that he was playing.
Rusty. Rusty trombone?
Rusty trombone.
He was a weird character choice.
Yeah, such a strange thing.
That's a good name for Artificer. As you exit the study and close the door behind you, left in the cold, quiet silence of the house, you continue your conversation.
Where's your sister? She might have
I
another.
don't know. She's
How
kind
much
of.
money did you take when you left?
I thought a meager amount, 50,000 gold.
That's, I mean,
It's a lot.
But not.
but I mean,
Sort of
considering the
debt
debt
we're
that they're in.
I mean, that's literally more than my entire tribe owns.
Well, we have a lot more than that in our
I
party
was
funds.
I was misinformed.
I know. We own more than my tribe owns.
I own more than your tribe owns.
I know. I will say, Tary, I think you are special. You have very large dangling bits.
Thank you.
Along with your earring.
Thank
But
you.
very large other bits.
Thank you.
We were working on that particular compliment, and
Yeah.
I feel like we have a little way to go.
Is it all right?
Really awkward.
No, it was
No?
okay.
I'll take it.
I thought that was a
Take it.
compliment.
No, she did good. That
Are
was
you
good.
cool with your sister?
Thank you.
We need to get you out, Paul.
Thank you.
No, I'm not cool with my sister.
Oh,
She's not that great.
she married?
Do you think she knows about this?
Your mama.
I guess. I suppose she knows about this.
And the last time you spoke with her was when you left, I'm assuming?
Yes, that's right. She was being groomed as the heir to the family, and I was being shut out. My mother's here somewhere, too. She's pretty quiet.
What do you want to do?
I guess talk to them, but I mean, we can't go after the myriad. They're powerful and
Yeah,
dark.
but what if we like offer services?
Yeah,
They'll
that would be
excuse part of the debt.
No, I mean, he offered services, and look where it got him.
Do you know Lydia?
You've never met Lydia in your life. You don't even know what she looks like.
I'm not even sure if that's something that should be entertained.
I mean, we could go talk to them, but I don't see how that's going to change anything.
Maybe she's just like a really cool girl that won't be into you and you can just hang out and be besties.
Gross.
Hey.
No, I mean, I like being besties with you. I don't want some rando.
It's not fair to her either.
It's not. I mean, honestly, maybe we should just go talk to her first. Maybe.
Lydia?
No, she's
The
in like a
girl.
whole other town.
Here's
The
the
girl?
thing.
The other girl that
you're
he's
not gonna
supposed to marry?
her. Okay?
Why not?
Because if he wants to be a better father to you, then he's gonna let this go and not let you do this. If that means him being out on the street, that's my opinion.
That's harsh.
Everything he is his status, though. This place where he lives, his servants. If he's got nothing, then he'll die.
Sometimes when you let that go, only then are you able to truly live.
I feel like I can back that one up.
Deep.
That is
some shit right there.
maybe true, but listen, I've been working on this for a year, and I'm starting to get really nervous. I'm down to my last few bits of gold, and I don't know how that would feel to run out.
I mean, I
all
don't
the way.
even have any money, you know.
I haven't got it.
Yeah, because you gave it all away to
in
your...
my pocket.
Technically,
money?
make more money than
I've got a ton
I'll
of
tell
money
you what
on
money
me.
is.
Money just gives you everything you want.
Best. It's the best
do.
thing.
And you're thrifty. You're good.
No, I'm not thrifty.
Never buy
Yes, you
anything.
are.
No.
Tary, and I've seen you make amazing things. You can survive. You've been to the depths of the watery abyss, and
not
you've
yet.
lived. Kind
Well,
of.
kind of.
Kind of.
Kind of.
Yeah,
That's
I'm
a
just
bad
really
example.
wishing we would
It
have
was
taken
a
a
bad
lot more money
example.
from Thordak. I mean, if we'd have just taken more money, everything would be fine right now.
I feel like
No, that's not the lesson of the story, you guys.
Yeah, money would have solved this.
Yeah, no,
230
no, not the lesson, not the lesson we're supposed to
230,000
take
more
away.
would have solved this.
Yeah.
No, I mean he's right. That money would
Oh,
have solved
Percy!
this. But that's not the lesson.
That's not the lesson.
Keyleth is right.
I don't have an alternative for the lesson. It's just not the lesson.
We're here. We can figure out a way out of this. We're smart, we're clever, we're powerful. And what's one more, Cliff?
Yeah, we're gods.
Yes.
Not again.
No, what? No, you're gonna say that. I'm not
Rest of
gonna.
it, though.
I say we go talk to
Squishy gods.
the many.
Yeah, let's go talk to the many.
Gummy gods.
I understand this is very complicated. Are we really looking for a solution to fix several generations of your family's misdeeds? It sounds like
Sorry.
your father, your grandfather have been
Over.
Navigating murky waters for some time.
I want to find out what your sister knows.
I don't know what the right decision is either. You marry this woman to fix decades of terrible decisions.
Ill-gotten gains.
Yeah.
I don't necessarily see how two wrongs right anything here. It's just
Agreed.
really kicking the ball down the road while you make another random human being you have not met miserable.
That's right.
Is our time better
Well,
served?
I would assume that I would be a fine husband.
I mean,
to
you'd be
her.
amazing.
I
Oh,
Yeah.
feel like I'd be okay.
You'd be so much
you'd
fun.
be
You
the
make
best.
really
Like,
good
she's
blondies
super
and
lucky.
many things besides blondies as well.
Oh, this is so depressing. I'm not even going to pretend that this is true. Absolutely not. No.
It's not happening.
You'll be miserable, and that will make her miserable.
Yes, that's true. So, if we know that that's not happening, then we deal with the problems left behind, which is, do we worry about your family's life, their safety? Are they safe here? Or are they going to be eaten alive?
I assume they are not safe here. We'd have to convince them to leave or protect them somehow or make a deal to at least protect them in poverty.
Perhaps
we just
renegotiate terms.
Talk to the Myriad. Talk to Koolshad and see what we can do. Maybe he needs something.
Maybe
and we can provide it.
It's like a pretty
All right.
big matzo ball, that.
We are bad news for anybody like that, and I'm sure it would be worth their time to get us out of town, possibly get you out of town. You can't be good for business.
All right. Well, a quick stop to talk to my sister.
Yes.
Possibly, and then let's go at least investigate this person, this contact.
God, this sucks.
I appreciate you all being here for me. I'm sorry, I didn't realize that this was going to happen, and I don't want... If you fellows want to go back and just continue on, I can solve this.
Nah, man. You're one of us now.
Just
Well-
next time you get abducted by a bounty hunter, give us some warning, would you?
I'll try.
Like you do.
Maybe I should sleep with bells on.
That would be a good idea.
That's a good idea.
You're halfway there.
Percy, can you make me some?
Some bells.
Yeah, from
Absolutely.
sleeping bells.
I'm going to regret this. But
Don't
yes.
do it, man. They tried to make me wear bells. Don't let them hold you down.
I thought you liked that hat.
I like that you approve of the arranged marriage, but it's the bells that really...
Yeah, you don't get to keep eyes on me at all hours of the day.
Ears. Keep ears
All
on
right.
you.
I'll walk through the place and look for
being
sis.
Okay, and we'll pick up there for next
Oh!
week. As it is 11 o'clock.
Okay.
So,
Oh, mano, mano, mana.
yeah. All right, we'll
Your
pick
dad
this
was
up.
not what I expected.
No.
Me neither. Mercer.
Matthew Mercer.
What?
You have a
What
way
have
of
you
taking
have
our
wrought?
backstories that we think we've created and then just flipping it on us.
Did I
It's
seriously miss the end of
amazing.
the
Nothing
game?
happens.
Oh no, Grog jumped off a roof and died.
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
Was it 1,000 feet?
Yeah, about, yeah.
Yeah,
About 1,000
all
feet.
Now I know
No.
what that feels
He
like.
actually can take that much damage, though.
Yeah, I was raging. So I'm fine.
360 points.
Yeah, raging, reduced to half. Yeah.
Technically,
Screamed at the ground.
I don't think falling damage counts as weapon damage. I don't know if you can take half damage.
Well, no,
on that.
bludgeoning it would.
Bludgeoning.
Damn it.
Let's
You
all
have
take
350
this.
points. Oh, half damage.
How much? How many hit points do you have?
A lot.
Damn. You have a lot.
She doesn't like to brag. Right. Well,
Well-
yeah, he does,
Awesome, guys.
Oh my
See you
god.
Damn.
next week.
All right.
See where this goes.
I am
I can't believe I went pee 5 minutes before the show.
barely.
not even.
Waited 5 minutes.
Not a lot of real sound family
It's not like we ever
structures in
know
our
when the show's
campaign.
actually
No,
ending.
gosh,
Nothing happened other than
we
we
are
decided to talk
shitty
to
families.
It's everything you missed.
His sister?
Yeah,
What
we're
does
gonna
that
talk
This be a lesson.
Alright, cool.
Mom was great.
Yeah, Mom was real great.
She was the best.
Mom.
I love every fucking moment of my backstory, man. I'm so excited to this shit.
Yeah.
Bonus
Man.
backstory.
Guys keep creating.
Marion.
You act like you didn't hand me backstories with traumatic relationships with your parents already.
You're so dark, Matthew. Why do you make all this shit up?
Years ago.
One fucking page.
I
Shout
take
out
what
to
I'm
this
given and I extrapolate.
Yeah, you do.
Amazing giant divided dice bag that got sent
You
to
came
me.
up with most of that shit just off
Yeah,
on,
it's
like,
pretty
on your
great.
own, right?
I love that
you
it's
didn't
like
write
a
it down.
purse.
Some of it I had. Yeah, you know.
Yeah, he had a lot of it, and then a few things in
Was
there.
Marion off the cuff?
Taken out.
No, I think I had their names written down.
Okay,
Yeah, you did.
Marion's really funny.
Alrighty, well,
And
guys.
for anyone who's been
Anyone
asking,
my age, Marion's really funny.
I am okay. I'm okay. I did not leap off the cliff out of some weird parallel allegory.
I thought it was just
I'm
because
great.
your Logan's Run crystal started flashing.
Great. It's not a cry for help. It's not a cry for help.
Just you and you guys.
I thought it was gonna be dope. That's it. I just thought it was gonna be cool as shit.
No.
And then it wasn't.
No, and then it absolutely was cool as shit. What are you talking about? That's the kind of shit that makes D&D. Are you kidding me?
Late night cheeseburgers is pretty much the cry for
Yeah,
help.
you know
It was a
if
great
it's a cry for
takeoff.
help.
It's a 1 a.m.
Great
Yeah.
takeoff.
Cheeseburger
Action was amazing. The finish though, the landing.
Should have stuck the landing.
Everyone would
It's not the
remember
fall, it's the
Goldfish's
sudden
entry
stop.
into the ocean for like 5 minutes. Everyone's gonna remember Keyleth splattering across the rocks forever. So
That goldfish wouldn't have remembered it very long either.
I've got this great trick, but I can only do it once.
In my head, I was an awesome cartoon.
no, it was
And it
awesome.
worked. Yeah.
And honestly,
It worked
like,
until the end.
And it
Reality,
it got under the dice. Once again, like always, if I rolled
Yeah,
lower than 50%,
totally
it would have
down
been
to those
fine.
100 d6 dice, yeah.
Well, I meant like
Totally
the
down to
percentage dice is what I meant. But anyway.
Mm.
All right, guys.
The
Have a
percentage,
good night,
yeah.
a good weekend, rest well.
Woo!
We'll see you guys next week. And is it Thursday yet? Good night.
Hello, critters, and good evening. I'm back. That's right, it's Yev with Backblaze. I'm here to tell you about the virtues of online backup. But first, I want to wish everyone at Geek and Sundry, the entire Critical Role staff, everyone on the pit crew, and all the critters out there, a happy 100th episode. I am thrilled that Backblaze was able to sponsor it.
We're only 97.
What, 97? Shut it down.
Oh, you're so cute.
And in your
That's the important part, is that no one cares
And in
that
a-
we have a backup.
Golly gee, why wouldn't you have a backup, Marisha? So what do you do after you've defeated the Chroma Conclave? That's right, you go home, you look at all the pictures of yourselves doing it, and then you upload all those pictures to the cloud.
I feel like if we would have had a good sponsor for tonight, it would have been Backblaze.
Backblaze,
A fantastic
yeah.
service for backing up your information.
That's right, Matt. That would have been a great episode. We back up all the data that's on your computer, we store it safely and securely in our cloud, and that's where it'll be available should anything happen to your laptop, desktop, or any external hard drives you have connected. No! Okay. You can log into our website and restore all your data. You can even order a restore by mail hard drive and we'll FedEx you a hard drive with all of your data on it. You can restore it quickly and easily. Cake.
Hey! Computer! Stop all the downloading! You've been vague and not helpful to any of us! That makes you a bad computer.
But if you had a backup, that would make you a good computer. Go to backblaze.com/criticalrole so we know you've come from Geek and Sundry and we can continue to support them in the future. If you go to that URL, you'll get a free 2-week trial and you can start backing up today. How about some Slayer's cake?